Hello, everyone. Those who are following us on Zoom and those who are with us physically in the room, dear participants. So I would like to welcome you to the informative session for the EU and Turkey Climate Change Growth Project. So this is the last informative session that we are organizing today. And in these meetings, we would like to talk about the details of our grant program, and also we would like to respond the questions of you esteemed participants. First of all, for the opening remarks, UNDP Turkey Environment and Climate Change Portfolio Manager, I would like to give you the floor, please. Thank you. Good morning. In the scope of the EU Partnership for Local Climate Action in Turkey, we have the 12th informative session for the EU-Türkiye Climate Change Grant Project. So I'm really happy to be with you here today. On behalf of UNDP, I would like to welcome you all, each and every one of you. Dear guests, for the central and also local government, and for all the stakeholders, you being here, you carrying out activities and your intention and willingness to carry out activities for climate change is really important to us. So in advance, I would like to thank you all for your contributions. Today, after the announcement of the call for applications under the grant program, in order for the applicants to use this program in the most effective way possible, we will be sharing all the necessary information. And actually, those informative sessions are very important because details are given about each section of the manual and also the whole scope and the characteristics of the grant scheme is shared. So these are the meetings designed to this end. Therefore, those meetings are not only for exchange of information, it's also a very important instrument in order to strengthen the interaction. So during the coffee break, tea break, we have really little dialogues. I think they are also very important as well. So our goal here is to make sure that the municipalities, the NGOs, development agencies, research agencies, so all the potential applicants who are with us here, we would like to make sure that in order to implement the projects, they will be leaving this meeting with the necessary information. Of course, at the end of the day, there will be a Q&A session and you can ask any question in mind. So I hope it will be a useful and productive meeting. I would like to thank you all for coming here and for your participation. Thank you. Thank you. Now for the introduction of the grant program and for the opening remarks from Directorate of Climate Change expert, Dr. Ömer Öztürk is kindly invited on stage. Dear participants from the public institutions and also non-governmental organizations, I'd like to welcome you all to the informative session for the EU-Türkiye Climate Change Grant Program. As our colleagues mentioned, this is the last meeting and we believe that we have had the proper announcements so far. So as the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change and Directorate of Climate Change, actually we are the end beneficiary of the project. And also there is the Department of EU Investments from the ministry, which is the contracting authority of the project. So those grant projects are very important. And they are being financed by both the Republic of Turkey and EU delegation to Turkey. And EU delegation to Turkey is the final approval authority of the project. And UNDP is supporting us technically in this project. So on behalf of all of these agencies, I would like to welcome you all once again. Good morning. So this is our third grant program. So previously, we also implemented other grant programs. And approximately 100 grant projects have been implemented so far. The previous project, which is ongoing right now, the project owner professors are also here. So they were focusing on climate change adaptation. However, in this project, both adaptation and mitigation topics are considered in this program. Therefore, it's a broader scope. And in terms of the budget, so far, it has the largest budget, or it's the largest grant program that we have implemented so far. So in the previous grant program, So I am trying to make you more enthusiastic, actually. However, it's also a challenging process, I would like to underline. 6,800,000 euro was the grant budget back then, and we had approximately 1,000 applications there, and approximately 29 projects were chosen amongst 1,000 applications. So under this grant program, we expect more applicants. Therefore, it's a challenging process that is awaiting you, I would like to underline. So the previous grant program is very important. I think it will be a good source for you as well. So the first grant program that we implemented, you can visit it on iklim.org web address. So you can both receive information about the project, and it will give you an idea, and also you will have an idea about how the process is operated. So iklimeuyum.org is the web address of the current grant program. Again, you can visit the address for obtaining more information. Apart from that, as Ms. Meral said, there are a lot of questions in our minds, and in the afternoon, actually after me, our experts will deliver some presentations. And also, in the scope of this training, if there are any questions that we couldn't answer, we have a web address, TRCCGP, so Climate Change Grant Program, at CSB.Go.tr. So you can ask your questions until Monday. So the duration for asking questions will be over. So until Monday, you can ask your questions. And on the 16th of December, the program would be closed, as you know. And until 11 days before the 16th of December, your questions would be answered by the contracting authority. So now, after this general introduction, I would like to talk about this conceptual structure, institutional structure, and also the characteristics of the grant program as an introduction. As I mentioned before, the Directorate of Climate Change is the end beneficiary of this program. So if you are awarded, if you win, then we will be together with you in the grant projects. We will be implementing them together. So Directorate of Climate Change was established in 2021. In Turkey, about the climate change, both the national legislation is implemented by our directorate and also international conventions and their relevant negotiation processes are also carried out by us, and also in the scope of green development principles as well, we are carrying out our activities. It's a organization affiliated to the ministry. So it will be very simple for you maybe, but as general information, because we had some issues in the previous projects in terms of the difference between the mitigation and adaptation, but we have no distinction here. When it comes to climate change, at any topic, regarding any topic, you can have applications. So this is the definition of climate change, very simply speaking. We have UNFCCC. Almost all the countries are parties to this convention, and it is a resource document for us. So when we look at the definition here, actually climate change is a change that is resulting from the human activities that distort directly or indirectly the components of the global atmosphere. And there are also some natural climate change incidents that are observed. There are some definitions here. First of all, it says comparable time periods. So observed in comparable time periods. So what is meant here is today, tomorrow, next week, next year, or past year. No, this is not what we're talking about. This is our childhood, at least a 30-year period that we are talking about here. 30-year periods, at least, are considered here when we say comparable time periods. So then those seasonal changes, differences, or the impacts that we are experiencing are observed in those time periods. And also, secondly, it says because of the humans and also because of the natural climate change. And it shows that naturally there is already climate change happening. There are the explosions in the sun and the mobility, etc. For thousands of years, there has been a climate change. Actually, our goal in this project, or our duty as a directorate, is to tackle the impacts because of the human beings. So we would like to combat with the effects of climate change because of the human activities. I will not take any longer. I just wanted to have a special emphasis on these. So there are two different ways to have this combat. There are two main components of climate change. One is climate change adaptation and also mitigation. So climate change adaptation, actually, this climate change that we're talking about, the seasonal changes that we have currently, or the sea level rises, or agricultural products, they cannot be cultivated in specific regions. There are different crops that are cultivated there, etc. So now, recognizing that climate change is a reality and learning how to live with it. So this is how I can summarize it for you. And the biggest indicators, as you see, are the temperatures. Each year, there are record-breaking increases in the temperatures. And with the conventions that I talked about, we are trying to keep it at the 2 degrees Celsius level. Of course, it's highly influential. I mean, there are extreme heats and droughts, tornadoes, extreme weather incidents, floods happening. Their impact and regarding food security, water resources, life conditions, there are some threats that are posed. So climate change adaptation is learning how to live with those adverse impacts and taking measures accordingly, and if necessary, even making benefits out of them. For instance, we are in Mediterranean region right now, which is a city of tourism, Antalya. But maybe in the future it will be so hot that people will not be able to come here for vacation purposes, but the northern parts of Turkey may be more favorable for vacation purposes. So there may be some advantages of climate change in certain regions. So you go for skiing to Uludağ mountain, for instance, but there will no longer be snow there. Therefore, other climate change adapted activities will be implemented there, maybe. So mitigation. So actually the main reason of those increases in temperature is the increased CO2 emissions. So with the industrial revolution, with a very big momentum, actually, greenhouse gas emissions are increased. And we have UNFCCC, and with this convention, abatement or mitigation is defined as well. So its efforts in order to increase the sink areas and also in order to mitigate the emission resources and greenhouse gas emissions. So in short, it is the mitigation of CO2 emissions. So how can we have the mitigation efforts? So we can use renewable energy resources, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. It's salım in Turkish, not salınım. It's a highly confused word in Turkish, and also increasing energy efficiency. So those terms are important because, for instance, if you are to make an application about climate change, you will choose this. If one term is used wrongly by your side, because our colleagues would be included in the committees, when it comes to your selection regarding them to take a decision on your behalf, actually favor, it will create an impact. Increasing energy efficiency, protecting the sink areas, and also transition to circular economy are also mitigation related topics. So national and international policies. So let's look at the national policies. So why is it important for you? So in your grant applications, you need to have a resource. So the documents that will be references for you are these documents. So our country is a party to Paris Agreement, as you know. This could be your first resource document, and 2053 net zero emission target. And also we have updated NDC. And in the guidelines that we will be describing today, that we will use for the call, we have some priorities. And those priorities are mostly focusing on the mitigation and adaptation strategy for 2024-2030. So for all the sectors, which institution will do what in this period? So the indicators are also identified. So these are action plans and strategies. I think for you, one of the biggest and fundamental resources for you should be this one, which is climate change adaptation strategy and action plan. Because as a country, which action should be carried out when it comes to adaptation, they are all defined. So I think you can get a lot of ideas from that. And also apart from that, we have really large modeling exercises that we have carbon pricing related topics as well. So let's go into details about the grant. The total amount of the grant is 14,706,000 euros. So minimum 250,000 and maximum 750,000 euro grant will be provided for you. And at least 10% of this will be covered by yourselves. So for instance, if it's 100,000 euros, 10,000 euro would be given by you. But you may say that we would like to have even larger project. So we are a municipality, we have this and that target, and we will put 750,000 and we will get a grant of 750,000. And then it's 1.5 million euro project that you can also implement. So the project duration would be minimum 12 months and maximum 24 months. But it could also be 18 months, I mean, depending on your work plan, you will be planning this accordingly. The goal of the program, improving the climate change adaptation and mitigation capacity at local level. The specific goal, improving the planning and implementation of climate change adaptation and mitigation solutions at local level. We have three main priorities. So in your proposal, one of or all of those three priorities, or maybe two of them, should be kept as a reference for you. So 2024-2030 period, existing national adaptation and mitigation action plan priorities should be considered, and also resilient and low carbon cities and sectors should be encouraged, and also implementation of adaptation and mitigation actions in the scope of already existing local and national climate strategies. They're all linked to one another, actually. You can consider them all as well. And our expert Barış will give you more information besides those priorities, and also awareness, regarding awareness for public as well. There are also activities that we are expecting you to include in your project proposal as well. So there's the critical point here. Actually, most of you already know, you cannot apply on your own. So you should definitely find a partner, a co-applicant, and also there should be a lead applicant as well. So no agency on its own will be able to apply to these projects. So who could be the applicants or the lead applicants? Municipalities, local governments. So when we say local governments, it has a broad definition. The regional directors, provincial special administrations, governorates, and also universities, research centers, and development agencies could be the lead applicants. Co-applicants, so the ones that we have listed for the applicants, they can also be co-applicants, and also NGOs, associations, foundations, confederations, federations. It's a very lengthy definition. Actually, there are many agencies involved, and also non-profit unions and cooperatives could be co-applicants. So anything else that I should add here? No. So which sectors or which themes under which we can apply? So we can speak until the morning, actually. When it comes to climate change, it's a very horizontal topic. So everything could be interesting at this point. The material that we use here, the things we eat and drink, or the water canal coming here is with the leakages of water in those pipes, etc. They're all related to climate change. So adaptation sector is the broader topic, actually. So there are a lot of sectors that could be involved here, like agriculture, healthcare, animal husbandry, cultural heritage, and anything that you can think of could be included here. Mitigation sector is clearer. I mean, the sectors there is clearer because it also focuses on sink areas. So we have much clearer sectors like energy, industry, transportation, land use, and forestry related sectors. So you can have your applications in those sectors.
That's why I cannot mention all the sectors, but you will use the action plans 2024-2030 as a resource, and there are also action plans of the European Union. I recommend you to look at them. But I will explain what we don't want. It is important, because if you do this, you will be eliminated. Your efforts will be in vain. In the previous grant schemes, we prepared many action plans, and the municipalities have prepared action plans. We don't want these action plans in this project. If you apply to prepare action plans, it will be invalid. We don't want climate change action plan preparation. Rather than paperwork, it should be implementation. It should be about solutions in the field. We're expecting innovative solutions, innovative projects from you. As well as that, sometimes people just buy a solar panel, they carry out a few activities, but there is no contribution of that. We don't want such projects either. The main objective of the project is, I will have solar panels or solar energy or wind energy on my building. If this is your application, your project will be eliminated. I mean, you can do it, but it should not be more than 50% of the project, because our colleagues will evaluate accordingly. They will score your projects accordingly. The same thing goes for cycling roads. You cannot only build cycling roads. And the universities just want to give training. They want to have seminars and meetings for awareness raising. They want to find research and training courses. They want to have conferences, desk meetings, or academic research. If your project is only focusing on this, then those projects will not be approved. As I've told you before, if you have any questions, you can send them to this site. Again, you can reach the call for grant on this address. I would like to thank you very much. I believe we will receive very good projects. We are carrying out very good projects. I think we will build upon them. We will have even better projects, hopefully. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Mr. Ömer for his contribution. Before we proceed with the presentations, the contracting authority is the Ministry of Environment, and this grant scheme is financed by EU. It is implemented by UNDP, and the climate change directorate is the beneficiary. So it is being carried out, the EU partnership project. UNDP is providing technical assistance. So for the training provided in this area, I would like to invite Barış Uysal, our training expert. You are invited to the floor. Welcome. My name is Barış Uysal. In the UNDP, I'm working as a grant expert, which is carrying out technical assistant activities. I will give you information about the procedures and conditions of the grant scheme. How can you fill out the application form? I will provide you recommendations about this. I will be here all day to support you. Before I start the presentation, I have a reminder, and I want to advertise Antalya in this regard. As Mr. Ömer mentioned, this is our third call for proposal. In the previous two calls for proposals, one project from Antalya each was approved, and they have a project in adaptation to climate area. I hope that this number will increase after this information. One project is not too many, but they were successful to be in the short list of 29 projects out of 1,000, so they are successful. I hope we will have more projects from Antalya. The second issue is a reminder and a recommendation. When you were coming here, I'm sure you had some project ideas. I'm sure it was more than one project idea. So you were thinking like, which one can I carry out? Yes, there are project ideas right now. But the institutions and individuals who have come here with a project idea will have to apply with a partner. Yes, there are ideas we are talking in the breaks as well. In terms of partners, I see that some of you could not find a partner. Some institutions are still thinking about who the partner could be. So these meetings are very useful in finding partners because you are carrying out similar activities. You came here with similar project ideas. So this is the best environment where you can find partners. So this is my recommendation to you. During lunchtime in the coffee break, talk to each other. Yes, you are rivals, but also you are possible partners for each other. You can share your ideas with each other. You can find your partners. This is a good atmosphere for that. This is a good opportunity. So I urge you to benefit from this. In such calls for proposals, usually we receive mails and telephones like, I prepared my project, I'm going to submit it, but how can I find a partner? Is there a platform to find a partner? So this is the best platform for that. So I recommend you to benefit from this opportunity. Let me talk about the agenda. In the morning, we will talk about the eligibility criteria of the projects in this grant scheme. Who can apply? What kind of activities are eligible? What kind of expenditures and costs will be eligible? When you prepare your projects, how will you apply? How will you send them? I'll give you information about that. At the end of the morning session and at the end of the afternoon session, we will have a Q&A session. In order to benefit from the Q&A sessions in an efficient manner, as Mrs. Ceren said, you can ask your questions in the relevant parts. For example, with regard to eligibility criteria, you can ask them in the morning. If you have questions about the preparation of the application forms, you can ask them in the afternoon, so we can use time more efficiently. And in the afternoon, as I've told you before, we will talk about the preliminary proposal phase, and in the application phase, how will you fill out the forms? What is the content of these forms? What are the issues that you have to be careful about? After you fill out those forms, how will your application be evaluated based on which criteria? So we are going to provide information about this. At the end of our day, we will talk about the project management cycle very briefly. European Union and other institutions are recommending you to use for preparing and implementation of projects. There is a methodology that I will explain to you. And we will talk about mainstreaming gender equality. It's going to be a short video and presentation. So you may ask, why do we have such a video, such a presentation in our program? We will explain the reasons to you when we come to that presentation. So in today's meeting, we are going to actually provide a summary of the grant application guide. We will tell you how you will reach this guideline and how you can use it. I will show you before lunch. Currently, how many people read the application guidelines? Very good. Then you know some part of the information I'm going to explain, but I'll provide more details. We usually get questions about the following thing. We evaluate the eligibility criteria in 3 ways. The first one is the eligibility of applicants. When we say this, not only the lead applicant, we also look at the co-applicants and the affiliated entities. So who can apply to the projects? So in general, the applicants must meet some requirements. They have to have a legal entity. This is one of the most important criterion. What does this mean? You cannot apply as an individual, you have to apply as an institution. There might be some individuals who came here with project ideas. My recommendation to them is to mobilize an institution regarding their project ideas so they can realize their project ideas through an institution. So after legal entity criterion, the second one is the applicants must not be profit-oriented. And this must be mentioned in their articles of association, in their main statute. They should be non-profit. Another criterion is to be established in a country which are accepted as an eligible country in Turkey, EU member countries, or IPA regulation. During the preparation and the implementation of the project, the applicants must be responsible for management. They should not act as intermediaries during application, nor in the application, neither in the application nor in the implementation. Mr. Ömer mentioned the institutions that can be main applicants. First of all, municipalities, local administrations. When we say local administrations, we mean regional or provincial directorates, special provincial administration, the governorate. They can be local administrations. In addition to this, universities, research institutions and centers, and development agencies can apply to our projects as main applicants. So these main applicants, who can take as co-applicants with them? These institutions that meet the criteria of main applicants also are entitled to be co-applicants. In addition to these institutions, who can be co-applicants? NGOs, civil society organizations, foundations, associations, and in addition to this, non-profit unions, cooperatives can be co-applicants. I want to talk about the rights of the co-applicants. What is the difference between the main applicant and the co-applicants? Actually, the co-applicant institutions, they will have the exact same amount of rights that the main applicant has on the fund, or even more. I'm trying to explain the importance of co-applicants. The main applicant may say that as a university, I'm applying. My partner is municipality, but when we get the fund, 90% of the activities will be carried out with my partner municipality, and 90% or 100% of the fund will be used by my partner. The main applicant may say that. So the co-applicant will have the same right as the main applicant in the utilization of the fund. So partnership is important. So if you're thinking about being a main applicant or a co-applicant, there is no big difference between them. The main applicant will be taking care of the administrative procedures and is going to make the application. But the utilization, the disbursement of the budget will be depending on the agreement between them. In the morning, as Mr. Ömer mentioned, which is an important issue, it can be forgotten sometimes. You have to have at least one partner. If an institution is applying you from EU countries, they have to have one partner from Turkey, at least one.
Another very frequently asked question, is there any limitation about the number of partners? Okay, I will apply as a municipality. How many partners or co-applicants can I have to accompany me? So there is no limit to that. You are free to identify the number of co-applicants. However, we can just provide some recommendations. There are some institutions that have already implemented some projects. So rather than the number of partners, the contribution of the partners of the project is important. So to what extent they will support the activities, in which activities they will be taking part. So this is important at the assessment stage and also implementation stage. Therefore, when you're identifying your partners, please focus on the support that they will provide to the project rather than their number. Unfortunately, sometimes the partner institutions, maybe at the preparation stage of the project, we would like it to look pleasant. Okay, we have this institution, that institution you would like to say, but when it comes to the implementation phase, it may be on the contrary, they may create problems. So rather than dealing with the project activities, you may have to deal with the project partners. Therefore, when you identify your project partners, as I mentioned before, you should definitely consider the support that they will provide for the activities. So this will be the selection criteria, not the number of partners, but the support that they will provide to the project would be the focus point for the assessors. We mentioned before, co-applicants are very important. So in the use of this fund, they will have the same voice as the lead applicant. Therefore, the lead applicant, co-applicants should bear all the characteristics that we mentioned for the lead applicants, being a legal entity, being a non-profit institution, and at the design and implementation stage of the project, providing direct contributions. So such criteria are also valid for the co-applicants. So apart from the co-applicants, we also have, I mean, depending on the wish, of course, we also have affiliated entities. It's not an obligation. I mean, having a co-applicant is an obligation, you would remember. But when it comes to affiliated institutions, depending on what you want to do, you may involve them in the project. So this is how we can define affiliated entities. So if there's a structural link between the applicant and the affiliated institutions, then this is how we call them. So this is how we can explain this link. So with the applicants, if there's any capital link or any legal link, we call those institutions affiliated institutions. So how are they going to demonstrate this legal link? In their bylaws or main agreements, it should be indicated. And also the capital link could be proven with their consolidated budget. So they should be included in a joint budget. So such affiliated entities, examples, associations and federations created by the associations, and federations come together and create confederations. So these could be examples to affiliated institutions. So such institutions are called affiliated institutions, and they could be included in the projects depending on your preference. It's not an obligation. So apart from the lead applicants, co-applicants, and affiliated institutions, we also have participating agencies. Again, depending on your preference, they could be included in the project. So those participating agencies do not have to bear the characteristics that we mentioned before. Yes, they have to be a legal entity. However, there is no condition of being non-profit for the participating agencies. So the private companies could be involved in our projects as participating agencies. So difference for participating agencies, I mean, between the participating agencies and the applicants. What's the difference between the two? So participating agencies, if they're entitled to receive the fund, they cannot get a share from the fund like applicants do. So actually, they will provide a kind of support for the project, both at the preparation stage maybe or at the implementation stage, it doesn't matter. However, when it comes to the use of the funds and the grant, they will have no voice. So actually, they are just going to be involved on a voluntary basis. So we call those institutions participating agencies. So if you wish, you can also include those institutions in your projects. So Mr. Ömer already explained in the morning, there are three main priorities of the project, and the project proposals that you will prepare should at least focus on one of those priorities. There should be overlap between them. So we are expecting you to have activities regarding at least one of those priorities. And in addition to those three priorities, and definitely to raise awareness in the society, there should be a series of activities to be planned as well. So if, I mean, yes, you're implementing activities about mitigation and adaptation, but announcing these activities, and also this project is co-financed by the Republic of Turkey and the EU delegation to Turkey. In order to announce this message within the community, you're expected to implement some activities. So you need to integrate such activities in your project. Like what? Like conferences, meetings, workshops. So you can have such activities, and this is how you can raise awareness within the community. It's also necessary in addition to those three priorities. Project duration 12 to 24 months. So minimum 12 months, maximum 24 months. 2-year projects could be implemented. Climate change adaptation and mitigation is the theme. And in the application manual, there are a lot of sectors that are already mentioned. And Mr. Ömer talked about those sectors in the morning a little bit. However, in the application manual, I mean, you're not only limited to the sectors listed in the manual. For instance, about healthcare sector, I would like to have a project regarding mitigation adaptation activities, but I cannot see healthcare sector here. Is it not an eligible sector? Please don't think this way. Actually, all the sectors under which you will have adaptation and mitigation activities about climate change would be considered as eligible sectors under this call. There's an example provided here, but it's not only limited to those example sectors that are listed here. So the project implementation location should be Turkey. So there are a lot of questions that we are receiving about this. So project activities, can it only be carried out in Turkey? They ask. The main activities of the project should definitely be implemented in Turkey. However, some side activities or supporting activities with proper justification could also be carried out abroad. For instance, in order to see the best practices, I would like to visit this European country. Can I have such an activity or a study visit? Yes, you can. You should justify this. So why do you need this activity amongst the other activities? You can justify it, and this way you can have supporting activities abroad as well. But only, as I mentioned before, the main activities have to be in Turkey. So in the application manual, actually, when the manual was prepared, it was the most focused part, actually. Eligible activities and eligible project section. So I don't want to list them one by one. I will just have a couple of slides in which I would like to talk about the eligible activities in the manual. We have included them in our slides, but I would like to underline that. So it's not only limited to those activities or the projects with those titles. It's just an example for you to guide you. But you should know that and this is the part that we studied the most when it comes to the manual. especially our experts in the Directorate of Climate Change, in two different headings, which is adaptation and mitigation, what kind of activities could be carried out. So regarding this, they had a very lengthy list that they have created, and you can look at the list, choose your activities, but you cannot be limited only to them as well. You can also add your own activities, and this is how you will be able to implement your activities. So one by one, I will not go over them like you can do this or that, but there are some recommendations and reminders I would like to share with you for your planned activities. First of all, now, rather than planning, implementation related activities are requested in the call. So Mr. Ömer mentioned, so not having an action plan, but the activities defined in the action plan should now be implemented. So this is why we are launching this call for proposals actually. Most important one is that it should focus on the implementation of activities, and secondly, there must be concrete outputs of your project, like performance criteria should be, targets should also be defined in numbers. And you should have activities to attain those targets as well. Thirdly, the targets that you achieve should be sustainable. It's also very important. When you're planning your activities, please consider those criteria. You will go one step ahead if you do this accordingly. So activities. There are many examples in the manual. But actually, all of the activities that you will plan should definitely comprise certain elements. In the afternoon, we will look at how to fill out the application form. When we go over the form, I will give you more detailed information, actually, but we have added value elements. So what are those elements? Like best practices, innovation, sustainability. So such topics, to what extent are they covered in your projects? So at the evaluation stage, it will be very important. This added value elements. Therefore, you should definitely include those topics in your project. Sustainability, best practices, innovation related activities should definitely be included in your project. Also, the assessment or evaluation form would be mentioned in the afternoon. You will see it. There are horizontally or cross-cutting issues. So what are those cross-cutting issues? Like the rights of the minority, gender equality, the rights of the disadvantaged groups, women and youth employment. So those topics should definitely be included in your project. So when you have activities regarding those elements, again, at the evaluation stage, you will go one step beyond. And in the application form, you will be able to see it under this heading, which is the cross-cutting issues. So there's a direct score, which is given to you in a section only focusing on the cross-cutting issues included in your project. So in such meetings, I always remind you of one thing, which is now it's a very competitive environment when it comes to call for applications. There are 1,000 applications, only 30 of them could be funded maybe. So the distinctive factors between the projects, quality projects, the most important criteria, two most important criteria, which makes the difference is to what extent the weight is given to the cross-cutting issues and also added value elements. So the project should definitely touch upon the problems and the needs of the original and also the target groups. It should talk about how it will tackle those problems. It should be authentic, as I mentioned. So we have some copy-paste project proposals, all the same, just the name of the region is changed sometimes, or the name of the applicant is changed. We have such projects, and at the evaluation stage, such projects face the threat of being eliminated. Therefore, definitely the project ideas in your mind should be original, authentic, and with your own language, the way of expression, you need to reflect it in the application form. So regarding the number of applications to be made, I would like to give you some information. Actually, we have a simple limited number of applications. As the lead applicant, each institution can have maximum one proposal for the project. Therefore, in maximum one project, they could be the lead applicants. So in the scope of this call for proposals, the lead applicant could also be included as a co-applicant in another application, but only in one project they could be a co-applicant. So in more than one co-applicant, they cannot be they cannot be co-applicants. So in the scope of this project, an institution may be lead applicant in one project, and in another project, it could be a co-applicant if they meet the criteria, of course. They could be included in both projects and submit proposals in both projects this way, but apart from this, they cannot provide any more proposals or benefit from the fund. So the first eligibility criteria, we have seen them. First of all, eligibility of the applicants who could apply. We defined this. And secondly, which projects and which activities could be eligible. We also talked about this. The third and the last eligibility criterion is the eligibility of the costs or expenditures. So what does it mean? When we are developing our budget, which expenditures or what type of costs could be included in the budget, and then they will be recognized as eligible costs. So before I start listing those expenditures, actually, in order for all the costs to be considered as eligible costs, there are some criteria they should meet. So let me talk about this a little bit. First of all, within the project duration, it should actively be happening. I mean, for a cost to be defined as an eligible cost, it should happen within the duration of the project. So what does it mean? When I prepare my projects, I did some expenditures, I did some studies like questionnaires, feasibility studies, and can I put those costs in the project budget as a cost? No, because the project had not started yet. The fund did not start. It's not within the project duration. Therefore, it cannot be considered as an eligible cost. Likewise, when the project is over, there may be some payments that you will make. So those expenditures, they will not be accepted as eligible costs. So the expenditures after the completion of the project will not be considered as eligible ones. So in order for an expenditure to be eligible, it should definitely be included in the project budget. So within the project budget, if it's not included, then no expenditure as such would be considered as eligible. In order for a cost to be eligible, definitely it should be obligatory or compulsory for the implementation of the project. It should be linked to the activities of the project. Sometimes in the proposal, we may see this. There's an activity, but there's no budget item for that activity, or just the opposite. There's a budget item that you included, but there's no linked activity to that item. So such expenditures will not be considered as eligible. Another condition for eligibility, they should be definable and verifiable. In the afternoon, when we go over the budget document, actually, we will touch upon this. The budget document is an Excel sheet of 3 pages. In the second page, only there are explanations of the budgeted items. So why do I need this budget item? To which activity it is linked? So we have those explanations and definitions in that page. And in order for it to be an eligible cost, its justification and explanation should definitely be present there. Another condition is that it must be verifiable. What does it mean? So with the documentation, you should prove that this expenditure really happened. So what could be the proving documentation for your expenditure? If you recruited a personnel, for instance, the payroll or the payment invoices are the supporting documentation to indicate that it's eligible, or a machinery equipment is procured, for instance. What could be the verification source for that? So the tender documentation, the invoices, payments, bills, etc., again, are the verifiable and supporting documentation. In order for it to be considered an eligible cost, there should definitely be such documentation.
So the last condition here is a natural condition for meeting the expenditures. When you are buying something for your house, you make a market research. You want it to be at a reasonable cost, and you want it to meet your requirements at the maximum level. When you are putting the budget items in your project, we expect you to act the same in terms of efficiency and cost effectiveness. We expect more affordable and reasonable purchases so that they will be eligible costs. So, what can these costs be? First of all, the first topic of costs is the human resources budget. It will be eligible cost. When you are budgeting it, you have to be careful about something. You have to be careful about gross costs. You must add the staff salaries as employer costs, you must put them as gross costs, not net costs. They should be mentioned as employer costs, as gross costs. Another reminder about human resources. The costs under human resources must be under the first budget item for the ones who will work on a payroll. If you're going to outsource trainers through a consultancy company, it will be under service provision under 5th or 6th budget item, not the first one. Under budget item 1, you will only have the staff who will be working on the project with a payroll. As I've told you, the salaries of these staff will be eligible costs. Again, under 1, human resources budget item, you can also pay traveling expenses, per diem allowance. European Union has identified some per diem limits in different countries. In the Commission page, in this long address, you can see and find the per diem allowance amounts. And you can put this as an eligible cost under budget number 1. You should also abide by the per diem allowance thresholds and legislation of your own institution. When you are preparing the budget, you have to focus on your own regulation and the EU maximum per diem allowance limits, so you can mention them as eligible costs. Travel expenses. With regard to your activities in the project, the travel expenses and costs can be in your budget. In your project budget, it can be train, bus, or plane. both in city and out of city, national and international travel expenses will be evaluated as eligible costs. Equipment and material procurement is budget number 3. We will see it in the afternoon. It is also an eligible cost. Disposables, we are going to have consumables that we're going to buy for our project. Paper, pencil, toner. So such consumables will also be eligible cost. Service provision. So service provision will be under budget number 5 and 6 as eligible costs. What can they be? For example, regarding the activities, you can have some service provision for the kick-off meeting, closing meeting, you have a workshop, you have a conference, you have a training session. So you can have a service provision about those activities and you can include these as your project. They will be evaluated as eligible costs. Other than these, when you are entitled to get the fund, you are going to sign a grant contract and there might be some costs arising out of that grant contract or agreement. There can be activities about evaluation of the outputs, outcomes. There can be translation, printing costs. They will also be put in your project as eligible costs. The most important expenditures are visibility expenditures. So in order to announce that this project is carried out in cooperation with EU and Turkey, you will carry out some activities for visibility. You can also include these activities in your project as eligible costs. You are expected to do so. I mean, there is no such obligation, but when we were explaining the budgets, as well as the visibility activities, they were saying that you have to spend 2% of your budget for visibility, but there is no such obligation right now. The amount of budget you will allocate is in your initiative right now. But if you have a question mark, how much budget should I allocate? And then 2% can be guiding for you. At the end of the project, who will check the eligibility of these expenditures? The contracting authority will look at your interim report and final report with your underlying documents, and the contracting authority will check and decide whether it is an eligible cost or not. Other than these eligible costs that we have mentioned specifically, there are 2 budget topics which are mentioned as names. The first one is administrative expenditures, and the other one is the reserves. The content is not there. I mean, the first one is administrative expenditures, the other one is contingency reserve. Because during the preparation of the project, sometimes there are some expenditures that we cannot foresee in advance. So these 2 areas will give you this flexibility. Contingency reserve, and the second one, general administrative expenditures, which is also mentioned as eligible indirect costs. So you can meet them from these 2 budget items, 10 and 8. So these 2 items are for the same purpose. Why do we have 2? Why are they separate? The reason is the contingency reserve. When you are using the contingency reserve, you have to get a written permit from the contracting authority for the contingency reserve. You're going to say, I had a training session. I have a budget item for the payment of the trainers. I'm going to hold it in a hotel, but I did not include money for the hotel. So I want to use money from contingency reserve. You will request a permit from the contracting authority. If they approve, you can use it from the contingency reserve fund. For the administrative costs, there is no such condition. As long as it is related with the project activities, for the unforeseen and the unenvisaged costs, you can use money from this area, but they have to be related with the projects and they must be consistent with the project. I mean, don't say that I paid the installment of my child's school payment from the administrative costs. They have to be related with the project activities. And these two budget items have maximum caps. For administrative expenditures, it can be maximum up to 7%. Let's say you prepared a 500,000 euros of budget, so 7% will be maximum. So you can have an administrative cost up to 35,000 euros. For contingency reserve, you can spend up to 5% of your budget, of your project budget. If it is 500,000 euro project, 25,000 euros is the maximum budget for contingency reserve. We talked about the eligible criteria. Now let's talk about the ineligible criteria. You can never have this in your, or you should never include this in your budget. There are such expenditures. What are they? The interests or some provisions for debts and possible damages, or the provisions for the possible obligations in the future and damages. I mean, there is no minus interest in Turkey, but if there are applicants from abroad for the money that they keep at the bank, sometimes they apply minus interest. So these expenditures will not be eligible. They will be ineligible costs. If you have any activity that is being funded by another organization, you cannot include this in your budget as an eligible cost because it is being funded by another organization. In the application form, we have a section about this. The activities that you have budgeted here, are they being funded by some other organization or not? If it is, declare it, please. So if it is the case, you cannot include this. For example, procurement of building or land cannot be an eligible cost in our project. People are asking about foreign exchange currency costs, related costs. For example, there are some costs of converting them. You will plan your project budget in euros. When you are making your expenditures, we recommend you to do it on euros so that you will not have any losses in foreign exchange conversion. Of course, we have to abide by the local legislation, and there is a law on protection of Turkish lira. Within the framework of this law, some payments will have to be done on Turkish liras. What are they? For example, personnel contracts and real estate and rental contracts, they have to be made in TL and they have to be paid in TL. And in this scope, for example, there is stamp tax. So they have to be paid in Turkish liras. There can be some losses in conversion, but you cannot include them as eligible cost in your project for this stamp duty, for example. For example, in-kind contribution, it can be confusing. Sometimes people mistake it for co-financing. In-kind contributions are not eligible. How do we define it? The applicant institutions give to the project voluntarily. We call this in-kind contribution. What can it be? Let's say there's a university and they allocate one room in the university as a project room. Can I include this in the budget? We call it in-kind contribution to the project. It's a voluntary allocation of a room to the project. They are evaluated as in-kind contribution. They cannot be included in the budget. If they are included in the budget, what happens? Then the applicant is just renting or selling something on his own. It is not an eligible cost. You can be distributing bonuses as the institution. The bonuses for the staff cannot be an eligible cost. Personnel costs, bonuses will not be covered. It is going to be budgeted in line with their support to the project. The interests to be given to the third parties, procurement of vehicles and procurement of second-hand equipment are also ineligible costs. If you're going to procure a machinery or equipment, it has to be brand new. Procurement of second-hand equipment cannot be an eligible cost in your project. Now that we have finished the eligibility criteria, we can take a 15-minute coffee break. So we will reconvene at 11:45. We will be talking about how we are going to make the applications and to which institution or authority. Thank you.
We can start again. In the morning session, we talked about the eligibility criteria. And in this part, the projects fulfilling those criteria, how and where they can make their applications. I would like to talk about these details a little bit. First of all, our call for proposals is a limited one. So what does it mean? It's a two-stage application process. So the first stage is the concept note pre-offer stage. So first there will be the announcement of the call. So this is what we are exactly doing in this meeting. We are introducing and promoting the application manual, and we will be expecting you to provide your pre-proposals. So until the 16th of December, you will have to share them with us. And later on, those pre-proposal forms would be evaluated, and the projects that are entitled to continue with the next stage, in order to submit their full application forms, they will be invited. And again, a deadline would be identified for the submission of the full application forms. And until that date, you will be making your applications. And just like in the pre-proposal stage, the full applications will also be evaluated. And from the projects supported conditionally, we are going to ask for some supporting documentation. And there will be a comparison between the supporting information and the information provided in the full application form. If they correspond to one another, then with the institutions entitled to receive the fund, a contract would be signed, and this is how the project's implementation will start. So both for the concept note and also when you are providing your full applications, what do you pay attention to? Let me talk about this. So in the pre-proposal or concept note stage, so in both the concept note and also full application forms, there are some instructions given to you. Under each heading or in the beginning of the application form, you can see those instructions. So you should definitely stick to those instructions. And in the first stage, in the concept note stage, we are not expecting you to provide a detailed budget. So which information about budget you should provide in this pre-proposal stage? So only the total grant amount that you're requesting and your total budget amount, and what is the percentage of the grant amount that you're requesting when compared to the total budget amount. So this is what you should report at this concept note stage. We are not expecting you to have a detailed budget at this stage. But of course, the budget amount that you will request, and in order to identify your total budget as well, you need to work on your budget, of course. Even if you do not submit this to us, you should actually even draft, you should have a budget exercise as well. In the afternoon, as you know, we talked about instructions both in the concept note stage and the full application form. So regarding those instructions, we will give you more information. There are some page limitations in certain sections, which font you will use, which line width you will have, etc. And what are you expected to tell in that section? So there are some guiding instructions. You will definitely follow those instructions. As I mentioned before, you will not submit a detailed budget at the stage of the concept note. Only the grant amount that you request would be indicated. So if you pass the concept note stage, when you are providing the detailed budget at the full application stage, the grant amount that you propose in the concept note stage can only be changed at the rate of 20%. For instance, let's assume that a total of 500,000 euro budget was created by you, and this is what you requested at the concept note stage. And your concept note has been admitted, and when you continue with the full application stage, out of this 500,000 euros, plus or minus maximum 20% change could be made. So what does it make when it's 20%? 100,000 euros. So if you requested 500,000 euros, then maximum it could go down to 400,000 euros, or maximum you can go up to 600,000 euros. So the changes above those thresholds will administratively be declined at the evaluation stage. Another thing you should not change when you continue with the full application stage. The main activities included in the project can never be changed in the full application form. Why? Because in the concept note stage, you have a competition with the other proposals, and accordingly, you get a score point from that form. So they evaluate your activities, they look at the activities that you will implement, so there will be a good point and score given to this project, for instance, and this is why you will continue with the full application form. But after you have this transition, okay, I gave up on these activities, etc., then you create an impact in the initial assessment. So actually you were entitled to do something with the indicated activities, but you change this situation later on. Therefore, in the full application stage, you can never change your main activities. So you may add new activities, but you should never remove main activities. And another thing you should not change is the co-applicant or co-applicants. So your partners, co-applicants that you indicated in the concept note stage, if you continue now with the full application stage, you should never change them. But if there are really extreme, unexpected situations happened. So the institution that was the co-applicant for you now is closed down, it's no longer present, or there is a total new area of activity they are shifted to. If this is the situation, you can provide this justification to the contracting authority and you may be able to change your co-applicant. But apart from this, apart from those extreme examples, you can no way change your co-applicant or the partners when you continue with the full application stage. So your applications should be definitely written on electronic environment, on computer. Handwritten applications will not be accepted. And when you submit your concept note of the project, which documents are you going to submit? There are 3 main headings regarding the documentation that you should submit, but these are not in separate places actually. They are all the documents in the concept note form. So when you open the concept note application form or the pre-proposal application form, all of these documents will be seen in the form in a section. So what are those sections? Project concept note document or the pre-proposal document. In the afternoon, we will see the sections and the informations in this document. You should definitely fill out all of those sections. And there's a checklist. When you submit your project proposal, did you meet some conditions or not? In order for you to self-check yourselves, there's a checklist. So it's not only so that you check if it's in line with their instructions, you should also fill out this checklist and send it with your application as well. So this is one of the documents that you will submit at this stage. The last one is the statement or declaration by the lead applicant. So accuracy, I admit declare the accuracy of the information that I provide in this concept note. So the authorized person in your institution will write his or her name and sign this document. And again, this is another document that you have to submit at the concept note stage. Besides those 3 documents, actually, by the way, all of these documents, again, in a flash disk electronically, you should also send it at the application stage. You should be careful about something. It's one of the most frequently made mistakes. So those documents that you submit in printed versions and the documentation in the flash disk may not match. They should be exactly the same. So sometimes you receive the application form. There are 6 pages printed. However, there are 4 pages in the flash disk. So you should definitely check that on one-on-one basis, the same documentation exactly should be submitted electronically as well. So yes, there are some instructions, as I mentioned before, that you should definitely follow. One of them is A4 size, 1 original with wet signature and 2 copies of your proposal should be provided. So you're expected to put it in an envelope and there's some information you should write on the envelope. So you can see this information on this slide. The reference number of the call for applications, Europe 8 182996 reference number. So for all the applicants, it's the same number. So everybody will write this reference number on the envelope. And the heading or the title of the call in English, as you can see here, EU-Türkiye Climate Change Grant Program. You should write this on the envelope. Full name and address of the applicant institution. It's another piece of information you should write on the envelope. Another frequently made mistake is that instead of the name of the institution, sometimes they write the name of the authorized person. You should definitely be careful about this, not the names of the person. When we say applicant, it should be the name of the institution and also address of the institution. And also it says not to be opened before the opening session. So this text, both in Turkish and English, should be written on the envelope. These are small details, but administratively, these are important details to be considered. Therefore, please do not forget about them. So this is the address you will send them to, I mean, project proposals. Again, the reference number, project title should definitely be indicated. Those addresses are already indicated in the application manual. So if you're wondering how you can find this. So our slides, both on the website of the ministry and also project website, the slides are already included. And also the other information, address-like information, are already included in the application manual. The deadline for applications for pre-proposals, I mean concept note, 16th of December 2024 until 3:30. You can manually, I mean by hand, deliver it to the address in the previous slide. With cargo, with post as well, you can send your projects. So if you are going to use a cargo or the post, actually the date, the time here is not important. This time indicated here is only valid for the ones that will be delivered by hand. For the ones that you will cargo and post, it's enough if it's only sticking to the date 16th of December. There is a recommendation and also kind request I would like to mention here. Please do not leave your proposals to the last day. There could be different interruptions or problems, and especially when you will deliver it manually. As mentioned before, there were 1,000 applications for the previous call. So in this call, maybe there could be more than 1,000 even. This is what we expect. So please think that 1,000 projects, if they submitted on the same day, on the last day, I mean deadline, even physically receiving all of this documentation may take a whole day. So my recommendation is that you should not wait for the last day. And if it will be cargoed or posted in a few days before, it should be delivered at least to the address, I think. So before this deadline, 16th of December, until 21 days before the 16th of December, to the trccgp at csb.go.tr address, you can ask any questions you have. So you can send emails for your questions. So 21 days before the 16th of December actually is 25th of November. So by Monday, you can write your questions. And contracting authority will give replies up until 11 days before, which is the 5th of December 2024. They will give answers and it will be published on the website. It's MIS page of the ministry. Soon I will show you that page and which documentation you can reach out there. So you can also find some clarifications. Under the heading of clarifications, you can get answers to your questions. So at the latest, by the 5th of December 2024, the answers to your questions will have been published on that address. So these are the documentation that you will have to submit. The same ones are listed here, but there's a reminder here. You should not use staples on them. It's a small detail, but when the evaluators are reading the documentation, it's physically very hard to read the staple pages. So there should be separate pages. There should be no staple on the pages in the file. And we talked about the things to be considered at the concept note stage. Actually, in the full application stage as well, there are some things that you should consider. It's not that different when compared to the concept note stage. However, very briefly, I would like to go over it as well. Our application forms are considered as Annex A. So Annex A of the manual is the document including the application form. Soon I will show you how to find it. There is Section A of Annex A, which is the concept form. And Annex B is the full application form. So in the first stage, in the pre-proposal or concept note stage, only section A of Annex A would be filled. But if you pass the next stage, then for the full application form, Annex A's section B should be filled. And just like for the concept note stage, again, there are some instructions that you need to follow in the application form. You should definitely consider them. We mentioned before, if now you are at the full application form, then you are going to provide a detailed budget. So when you submit your detailed budget, at first, in the concept note, the grant amount that you requested could maximum be changed at the level of 20% minus and plus. Another one, the main activities that you committed, indicated in the concept note stage, should definitely be included in the full application form as well with further details. So main activities that are committed in the concept note stage cannot be cancelled in the full application stage. So differently from the concept note stage, there are some supporting documentation that we will submit at this point. So what are those? So this time a detailed budget paper or document will be prepared and submitted with the application form, and the log frame, Annex F, PADOR form. So this form should be filled in by both applicants and co-applicants. In it, there are some administrative information about the institution. Besides, it's an interactive form, PDF document. You may make some additions to certain sections. So the bylaw or the main agreement of your institution, the last 3-year accounts, etc., could be added. So this PADOR form should be filled in with the full application form and also sent as well. So regarding sending the full application form, do we have a deadline? For now, there is no fixed deadline for that. In the application manual, there's an indicative date regarding this. However, right now, we should not consider this so much because the deadline for the full applications will also depend on the number of applications and the speed of evaluating those applications. So once your concept notes are identified, the entitled institutions will receive an invitation for the full application, and then the deadline will also be given to them. Up until this date, the full application should be submitted. So this you will receive this information. And just like we had in the concept note stage, when you're also sending the full application form, there's a checklist that you should also send. And so do you fully send your applications? It's important for you to check yourselves, and also you should fill out and send it with the application form.
Yes, we told you which documents to be sent when submitting your project. Let's go over them. Annex A, grant application form, you will fill out Part B during application, and you will fill out the budget, Annex B, log frame, the checklist I've just mentioned, the declaration of the applicant, the authorization documents of the co-applicant or co-applicants. If there are some affiliated institutions, they will have also the statements and declarations. These are the documents that you are going to send during the full application. Just like in the concept note submission, you will also send them in electronic format in a flash disk as well. So the PADOR form, which is Annex F, it is not only for the main applicant, but also it has to be filled out by all the co-applicants and if there are any affiliated organizations and institutions as well. So just like you send the concept note, there's some information that you must write on the envelope. Just like the information that you write during the concept note, you will write the same things on your envelope when you are sending your form. The reference number, the topic of the call for proposal, the address, and the name of the institution, and there's the English version of not to be opened before the opening session statement must be on the envelope. So you can send it to the same address, or you can just give it personally, or you can go and give it by hand. There is no deadline for the submission of project full applications because the concept notes will be evaluated and finalized when information is going to be given to you. You will be also learning about the deadline. Just like the concept note, until 21 days of the final application date, you can ask your questions to this email address until 21 days before the submission date, and until 11 days before the final submission date, you will be answered. So we are talking about Annex A, the application form, concept note form. How can you access these forms? I want to open the website and show them to you. The page that you have to click is this address, ipa.csp.gov.tr. Can we open this website? When we write the address, this is the web page that you're going to see. There are project documents for information, and there are also documents that you're going to fill out. There are links up there. You will click the tenders link. When you click the tenders link, you will see the MIS page of the ministry. On this MIS page, you will see all the open and closed tenders of the ministry. We have to know the name of our own grant call for proposal. This is the green one is ours, Climate Change Grant Program. It can be in the third row, fifth row as new tenders come, so you should know the name. EU-TR Climate Change Grant Program. You should always look for this. It can be at another row when new tenders come in. Let's click that. When we click it, you will see that there are 3 folders or documents that you can download. The one at the top includes the presentations that we made during grant information days. The second document is a calendar document that gives you the information days, and it is not important for you because today is the last information day, because beforehand you needed these documents, but now you don't need them. So the important part that we are going to work on is the zip folder utrccgp.rar. Let's click that. In this zip folder, as you see, there are 3 documents, 2 folders and 1 Word document. That Word document is our application guideline. Some of you have read it before you came here. So if you don't know how you can reach the application guideline, E3A guidelines is our guideline for application. There are two more folders here. The first one is documents for info. When you are making your application, it will be guiding you. It includes certain documents. Let's check the other one, documents to be filled out. Let's click the second one. You see, there will be another set of two folders. The first folder includes some documents to be filled for concept note. Let's click them. There is not much detail here. There is only the application form of concept note, a checklist, and a statement of the applicant, and some other documents were to be submitted as well. So they are all in this application form. Don't look for them. So this is the document that you have to fill out. It's just single document. You will find them all here. And below it, hopefully, if you are in the full application phase, this is a folder which includes all the documents to be filled for the exact application. There is a Word document, E3B application form at the top. This is the application form itself. The second one is an Excel table, the budget document that we have to fill. The third one is Annex C, it is a log frame table. You have to send it with the full application form. Annex D, it is the legal entity sheet. There is brief administrative information about your institution. You will have to fill that information. Annex E is about financial identification. It is a financial identification form. So you will mention the bank account that you will use as the account in the project. It's a very brief form. Annex F is the PADOR form that I have mentioned. Both the main applicant and the co-applicants must fill this document. It includes institutional information. You can also annex your articles of association, your charter, your documents of constitution, and your the 3-year financial information. So on this MIS page, you can reach all these documents. The names of the folders will be guiding you as well. They are named accordingly. At the concept note phase, you will fill out only the documents about concept note, and the full application, you will have to send the documents for full application. Documents for info, do you remember that? You will see 8 or 9 documents. Can we click that as well? Let's go back. One more. Yes, documents for info. Let's click that. There are 8 or 10 documents here. None of them need to be filled right now. These are just for information purposes. For example, when you are entitled to get the grant, the draft contract that you're going to sign, so there's information about that, the general conditions and what are the special conditions. Reporting is also there, the documents of the reporting for your activities. In procurement, what kind of rules do you need to abide by? So it gives you information and it is guiding you. All these documents, all these supporting documents are providing you information about these topics. So our morning presentation is over. Now we can proceed to the Q&A session. If you have any questions, I can answer them. I think you have sent your questions through the square code, but if you have any other questions, we can also answer them in the afternoon Q&A session. In the project, can materials and equipment, for example, property or solar panels, be donated? You have the right to hand over to other parties, but you have to provide information in the final report. The reasons, why are you handing them over to another party? Why are you giving it to another party? You will say, this is my project output. I want to hand this over to this institution because for the continuation of the following activities, these outputs will have to be used by that institution. So you have to provide a reasoning in your final report. With such a reasoning, you have the right to hand over the outputs of the project. Project owner or partner. Can we show the municipality machinery utilization in the project? As I told you in the morning, this is in-kind contribution. You cannot include the utilization of the machinery of the municipality in the budget. So the Union of Municipalities be the main applicant? The Union of Municipalities is not defined as an applicant, but recently we are going to publish the application guideline with a corrigendum. You can follow it on the MIS page. Officially, it is not possible right now, but such institutions like unions of municipalities will be an applicant with the corrigendum that we are going to do. You must check the MIS page. It has to be published. You have to wait for the publication of the corrigendum in the application guide. The Stock Exchange of Commerce and the Chamber of Industry, can they be main applicants? They are not defined in the application guide clearly, but with a corrigendum that is going to be published, these institutions, not as the main applicant, but as co-applicants, they will be included in the projects. Cooperatives and organized industrial zone managements, can they be lead applicants as local administrations? Organized industrial zones are not defined as yet. They will also be included in the corrigendum, but they will not be a lead applicant, but they can be included in the projects as co-applicants, organized industrial zones as well. So is it obligatory for the municipalities to submit a document which says there is no social security debt? This is emphasized. We had this obligation in the previous calls for proposals. No debt document, or a document which stated that their debts are restructured was an obligation, but there is no such thing here, neither in the concept note nor in the full application phase. This document is not required anymore. In terms of relevance criteria, do we have to show a best practice example from European Union? It is not an obligation. It will enrich your application, showing a best example, best practice from EU. There is no such obligation. After the application with the concept note, in the second elimination, how many projects will be invited? This can vary in the concept note and in the full application. It is also related with the average grant amount requested. We will see it in the afternoon, but I can say that. There is a restriction in terms of the project number. The amount of the grant is limited. 14,706,000 euros. Until 29.5 million euros, the projects will be collected in a pool starting from the highest score, and until the requested amount reaches 29.5 million, the project will pass to the second phase. Let's make a calculation roughly. Let's assume that we will receive projects of 500,000 euros. Let's make 2930. Let's round it up. So maximum 60 projects can pass the second phase if their budget is average 500,000 euros. It is going to be a very competitive procedure. I would like to recommend you something. Out of 1,000 projects, it will go down to 60. So the biggest elimination will be in the concept note phase, in the first phase. You are going to fill out a form of 6 or 7 pages, but that form will win you the place in the 60 projects out of 1,000. So you have to fill out the concept note very carefully. Organized industrial zones, can they be main applicants? No. In the corrigendum that will be published, they can be co-applicants, they cannot be lead applicants. Can the city council be a part of the project? They don't have to have the same criteria, but they can participate. Metropolitan municipalities, water and sewage departments, can they be lead applicant or co-applicant? You can write this to the email address that I have given you. And please get the answer fully. It is not defined currently. The wastewater administrations are not defined yet. We are a member of Citoslow. Can they be an official contributor, participator? Yes, there is a very comprehensive definition for participants. Yes, they can be included. The economic enterprises of the municipalities, can they participate in the program? What will be their role? Just like I said before, companies, they cannot be lead applicants because they are profit organizations, but they can be participators in the projects. What were the 29 projects which were approved in the previous call? Mr. Ömer said this actually. In iklimeuyum.org webpage, you can find information about these projects. İklimim project and adaptation to climate project institutions are here. If you can get a hold of them, you can get information. I would recommend you to get a hold of them and get information from them in the break. You said the project duration is 12 to 24 months. Is there a possibility to extend the project duration? Yes. With a reasoning, with a justification, you can request for an extension to the contracting authority. In İklime Uyum, adaptation to climate.org, O-R-G. There's a brochure. If you cannot find it there, we have a website of the climate change department. Under announcements, we prepared a brochure, a booklet about the summary of the projects. We also have it in other social platforms as well. The address of your department, just write climate change department. İklim Değişikliği Başkanlığı, Climate Change Department. So, even if the 90% is less than 750,000 euros, will we get a positive point if we request less as far as I understand, you say if we keep the co-financing high, is that a positive evaluation during evaluation? There is no such evaluation criteria. Each institution, each individual's financial situation is related with this. To what extent they will provide co-financing? It is the best way to provide co-financing as much as they could. No, if you put more co-financing, you will not get an advantage. It is related with the quality, outputs, and the content of the activities. Co-financing rate is not an evaluation criterion. In terms of contingency reserve and eligible indirect expenditures, are we going to show them in the application form? In the full application form that you are going to submit, yes, you will mention the contingency reserve and the indirect expenditures. We will show you in the afternoon. Can AFAD or governors be co-applicants? Yes, they can be co-applicants.
So the expenditures for the work of volunteers, are they eligible as in-kind expenditures? Actually, there's a section in the budget regarding this. The people working on a voluntary basis could be included in the project, and you can also put them in the budget. So the work of those people, I mean, 50% of the total amount could be considered as co-financing in the project. When there are co-applicants and participating agencies, the city council can have some awareness raising or some services expenditures. Would they be considered as eligible costs? As I mentioned, if, I mean, the institutions to take part in the projects as participating agencies, their expenditures will not be eligible. So in order for those activities that you mentioned to be eligible, they should be carried out by the applicants, definitely. By either the lead applicant or co-applicant, those activities should be carried out and it should be invoiced on their behalf. And I'm an academician at university with assignment from the university. Can I work as a project staff member in another institution with the assignment of my university, and can I get a wage for or money for that? So it's totally depending on the legislation your university is subject to. But without giving names of the universities or without, I mean, regardless of private or public universities, I would like to respond to this question. So if your university makes an assignment, then you can take part in another project. When it comes to wage, I mean, there may be differences. The civil servants that are subject to law number 657 can never be paid under the project. But if they are assigned, then they may take part in the projects. And if they work on behalf of their institutions, actually, this is not the question, but if they are assigned by their institutions and if they work in the projects of their own institution, then the wage that they are receiving could be considered as co-financing in the project. Provincial directors of environment, are they eligible applicants? Yes. Relevant provincial directors could be both co-applicants and the lead applicants in the project. Research institutes affiliated to the Ministry of Agriculture, could they apply as applicants? Yes. If they have a separate legal entity, I mean those institutes, they could be applicants in the projects. There's a very long question. Let me first read and then summarize for you. So in a lot of detail, they're asking about a question. They have activities regarding animal waste, and they're asking if those activities would be eligible. Actually, neither as the contracting authority nor as the end beneficiary or TAT, we cannot say this activity could be carried out or this cannot be carried out. We cannot give our comments for specific activities as such. So as I mentioned in the morning, there is 214 section, which is called eligible costs. I think you should definitely read it. We should not be guiding you about the activities because it's a competitive environment right now. And the questions that you will send to the email address should not be like, okay, can we have this activity or that activity? You should not list every single activity. If you ask such questions, you cannot get clear answers. So in the application manual, in 214 section under the eligible costs, there is explanation that you should definitely read. The budgeting model in the project, will it be in unit costs or will it be lump sum? So you can have both expenditures in your budget. It depends on your preference. But both as lump sum and also as unit costs, you can include your expenditures in the project. It depends on you. So how you're going to see budget the details is up to you. So how the budget would be prepared in unit costs, we will see this in the afternoon. And if you will include a lump sum cost in the budget, how you should include this. So this detailed information could be obtained from the manual again. 90% of the budget is 750,000 euro. I mean, if it's less than 750,000 euros, the support rate, does it have to be 90%? No, it's a repeated question. Yes, the same question. So, and about activities again, there are questions. Can we have this activity, that activity? So as I mentioned before, we cannot give comments for the activities. The project budgeting. If you can please elaborate this further for the universities, I will be glad. The university contribution, I mean, when there's lead applicant, which is a university, how can we have this 10% of contribution? So starting with the last one. The grant is not given to any institution just to give away. This is a fund allocated for the activities to be implemented that you, and activities that you commit must be implemented. If there's a remaining amount from the fund, then it is returned to the contracting authority. It will never stay with the institution. And how the co-financing would be covered. Actually, there are a few methods for covering the co-financing. First of all, indirectly, it's already asked within the question itself. The applicant institutions, their already working personnel may be assigned in the project, and the money that they already pay for their staff could be reflected in the project as co-financing. And secondly, any budgeted item in the project, if it procured and met by the own budget of the institution, it's another form of co-financing. And third one is the most direct one, cash, and putting cash in the amount of co-financing to the project account. So either of those three options could be used in order to cover this co-financing. So another ministry unit, I mean, Ministry of Agriculture unit, which is directly linked to the project, could it be added as participating agencies? Yes, there is no limit about the participating agencies. They could be added. The documentation we provide in electronic format, should it be in Word or scanned PDF versions of the printouts? So if it's the Word document, then it will be Word. If it's Excel, then it should be Excel, exactly the same in the electronic environment. Again, water and sewage administrations of the metropolitan municipalities, could they be co-applicants? As I mentioned before, the corriendum to be published should be followed by you. Such institutions officially will indicate the institutions that can make applications. In the concept note summary of action part, could it exceed 1 page? It comes from an experienced agency, I think. Yes, the project summary, I mean the definition of the project, relevance of the project. So we have page limitations for those sections. We will talk about them in the afternoon. But when it comes to project summary, you will fill out a table in which you will provide really short information. But there is no page limitation about this. But you cannot have very long explanations in that section as well. With no page limits, you will be filling this out, but I don't think it will take a long time to do that. Is there any further questions that we didn't answer? If so, if you can re-ask your questions in the afternoon, I will be glad. As far as I can see, I have read them all, but if there's anything that I missed, if you can re-ask your questions, I can respond in the afternoon. Now we can have lunch, I think. On the 6th floor, we will have lunch. It's 12:40 right now. At 13:40, we will come back in the afternoon. 13:40. Yes, I think we can start. First of all, I provided a recommendation in the morning that it's a good platform to find your potential partners. You're having such discussions and conversations. I'm really happy to see this. Actually, this meeting is being a good opportunity for new partnerships, both in terms of exchanging your views, ideas, and also in terms of partnerships. I think it's an important meeting. In the morning session, we talked about the eligibility criteria about the project. So who can apply? What kind of projects could be eligible projects? Which costs may be eligible? We have seen this, and later on, how the project proposals would be submitted, where they will be submitted, what you should be careful about when you're sending your project forms. So we went over this information. And in the afternoon session, we will mostly talk about both the concept notes and also application forms, full application forms content. So what kind of information will be provided in the forms? And when we share this information, what we should be careful about? So where we will get the points, according to what our offers or proposals would be evaluated. I will give you information about this. And in the last part, I will talk about the project management cycle methodology briefly. And at the end of the day, again, we will have another round of Q&A, and we will finish the day. So let's start with a reminder again. It's a two-stage application, as we already mentioned. The first stage is the pre-proposal or the concept note stage. So we already talked about the documentation to be submitted, the concept note form, checklist, and the declaration by the applicant. So this is a simple package of application, and the documents in this package, their exact same electronic versions would be provided in a USB stick. So at the projects that pass this stage will continue with the full application stage. So what are the documentation required there? Full application form. And in addition to this time we will have a detailed budget, log frame, Annex F PADOR form, and also legal entity sheet. Before the lunch break, I had shown you the folder in which you can find all these documents, how you can download these documents. Before the lunch break on MIS page of the ministry, you can access all this information. Annex E, financial identity sheet, will also be submitted. We also talked about this in the morning. When we receive a grant, there will be a Euro account that you will use as the project account. So you will notify about this one. And for the applicants and also affiliated entities, the bylaws or the main agreements will also be sent, checklist and declaration by the applicant, authorization for the co-applicants. So they are all documents included in the application form. You don't have to download them elsewhere. Once you download the application form, then you will have access to all these documents. And if any declarations by the affiliated entities and also on electronic environment in the flash disk, the copies of those documents should also be sent with the full application document. In the morning, we outlined this actually briefly, both at the concept note stage and also at the full application stage. There are certain rules that you need to follow. So let's elaborate them further. First of all, regarding the concept note, what are the rules to be followed? In the format of the concept note, there are some instructions and rules given for you. First of all, you should definitely follow those rules. So you should never go outside of those instructions. The application should be written on computer. You should never have handwriting in your proposals. They will not be accepted. Page limit should be considered. So 1.2, description of the action section of the concept note should be maximum 2 pages at this stage. Actually, there are 3 main sections in the concept note. The first part, it was also included in the questions in the morning. It's a project summary table. Very briefly, we will have some information about your project, the grant amount that you request, the name of the institution, address of the institution, I mean the applicant. If there are co-applicants, its name, the total budget amount. So very briefly, some information will be required in the first section in the project summary section. There is no page limit regarding that table, but in the other 2 sections, which is the description of the action and the relevance of the action. So we have page limits. For 1.2, for description of the action, it should be maximum 2 pages. 1.3, relevance of the action, maximum it should be 3 pages. So you should definitely be careful about those page limits. So I couldn't fully express myself. Okay, 2 pages are given, but I will write 3 instead. Please don't think this way. The assessors will not read that 3rd page. And maybe the most important information at that page will not be considered. So there will be such a risk. Therefore, please pay attention to the page limits. So when the page limits are given, of course, there are some other details that should be provided. A4 size and the single line space, 2 centimeters of gaps, and Arial font should be used. Why do we have those details? If there are limits about the page limits, page numbers, then we should also give such details. So there will be 2 centimeters of margins in the pages and 1 line space and A4 size, and Arial would be used as a font. So you should fill out all the information. There should be no empty parts. As we mentioned, with the concept note, there's a checklist and declaration by the applicant that should also be filled out and signed to be submitted. So actually the concept note consists of 3 sections, as we mentioned before. So which information is required in those sections? Let me briefly go over them. The first one I mentioned before, project summary of the action. Actually, so once you fill out the relevance of the action and also description of the action, you should fill out this one because it will be a summary version of this information. Actually, after you fill out 1.2 and 1.3, if you can please fill out this table, it will be much better for you because it's already a summary of that information. What kind of information will we have there? Name of the project, regions of implementation, duration, the total budget amount, and total requested grant amount, and what is the percentage of this requested grant amount when compared to the total project amount. The targets, not in details, but in brief headings. So target groups, the end beneficiaries, and what are the main activities you will implement in your project in different headings and titles. And as a result of those activities, what are the results that you will achieve? Again, very briefly, you will provide this information. Let me repeat myself. So this regarding summary of the action, there is no limit on the pages, number of pages. And about 1.2 section of the concept note, which is the description of the action. So what kind of information is expected here? First of all, background information about the project. What does it mean? What is the existing situation, baseline? So what is the thing you would like to change that you consider as a problem currently, and what kind of a change do you plan to make regarding this? So as much as possible, based on numerical data, you need to provide some information at this section. So when you prepare this section, actually there is a guide that will be important to you. Application manual of our call for proposals. So there's the first section, which is called background. When you open our manual, you will see why do we have this call, have proposal, and what are the topics that we would like to change. So information is given regarding this. So just like in the first section of the manual, you will talk about the existing situation you're expected in the first part to do it.
What are the objectives of the project? You will detail this here. During the project duration, what is your general objective and the specific objectives? It should be in line with the priorities of the call for proposal. When you are filling the guideline application form, are your objectives in line with the priorities of the call for proposal grant program? You should try to have activities and objectives in line with the priorities of the grant program. Who are the main stakeholders of the project? What are the activities, outputs, and outcomes? What is the project duration? And what are the success indicators, performance indicators? When you are identifying performance indicators, as much as possible, you should use numerical and verifiable indicators. The third part of concept note 1.3 is relevance. Relevance is dealt with in 4 areas. In the concept note section, you will fill this relevance part, and it is important because you will be evaluated over 20 points. I will show you the evaluation form shortly. So the score you have over 20 points. And when you apply for the full application, when you have the full application, you will not have a new relevance points. Your relevance points here will also be valid in the full application. So this part is important. This relevance of the action is specifically important. It will affect your full application as well. What are the topics on the relevance of action? So there are 4 headings here. The first 3 of them are similar. It's about relevance. The first one, to what extent your project is related with the priorities of our call for proposal. How many priorities did we have in our call for proposal? Let me ask you some questions. Maybe you feel like sleeping after lunch. Yes, 3. We have 3 priorities. So in the first part of the relevance of the action, your proposal should be related with this, and to what extent they are related with our priorities. In the second part, the relevance of your project with the requirements and constraints of the target region and sectors. The third one is the relevance of your project with the requirements of the target group and beneficiaries. Actually, these are similar things. The first one is about relevance with the call for proposal. The second one, relevance with the target region and sectors. And the third one, relevance with the target groups and beneficiaries. You are expected to explain these things. And the fourth part about relevance, we are going to look at the added value elements that you are going to provide. I mentioned this in the morning. What can these be? Innovation, best practices, sustainability. To what extent your project touches on these issues. You will provide this information in the last part of relevance, the last part of 1.3. I want to attract your attention to the added value elements. The projects which gets high points, which can go to the next phase of full application, are usually explain the same things for the first 3 parts and they get high points. But what makes the projects different from each other? It is the fourth part, added value elements. Each part is 5 points. Most of the projects which get to the second phase get full points in the first 3. But the fourth part is an important part. If you get 1 or 2 points more than the other projects, you can be successful. So you should be careful about the fourth part specifically. There is going to be the statement of the applicant. So it will say that I declare that the information in the form is correct. So it will be signed by the applicant and he will write his name. It should be signed by the person who has the authority to sign, and it should be signed with original signature, wet signature, or ink signature. So if you skip the concept note, if you don't skip, if you pass the concept note, what will you do in the full application form if you can pass to the next phase? You should abide by the rules in the application format. It should be prepared on computer. We also have some limitations of pages. 2.1.1 will be a description of action. This can be maximum 13 pages. 2.1.2 is about methodology. It can be maximum 5 pages. 2.1.3 activity plan can be maximum 4 pages. 2.1.4 sustainability can be maximum 3 pages. These instructions are given to you at the beginning of each section. You are guided. Just like in the concept note, the explanation must be clear. You must fill out all the sections. There is a checklist to be filled in full application as well. The declaration of the applicant must be provided with wet signature, and also for the co-applicants, we did not have it in concept note, so the co-applicants have to fill this declaration form and submit it in the full application phase. If there are affiliated institutions, they should also fill the declaration and sign the declaration. What are the sections of the full application form? The first section, general information about the project. In the concept note, we had the summary of the project, summary of the action. So we have to provide it in a table as general information. For example, the number of the call for proposal, the number which starts with Europe aid. Yes, in this table we have to mention it as well. The name of the call for proposal, climate change grant program. So this must be mentioned in the table as well. The name of the applicant. The institution, which is the main applicant, must be mentioned here. It is one of the frequently made mistakes. Usually they write the name of the person who has the authority to sign. There has to be the institution name here. The name of the project, the implementation place of the project. So what is the name of the project? At the full application phase, you have to name your project. It's your call. You are going to name your project. And you mention that name here. And then where are you going to carry out the main activities? You also mention that province or region. So it's a brief table. Second part, we have the description of action. It was also the second part of the concept note, if you remember. You will detail and elaborate on the information that you have given in the concept note. What is the current state of play? What are the problems, in your opinion, and how are you planning to address those problems? Which activities will be carried out? What will be the implementation details? Since the project concept note that you have submitted, if there have been changes, normally we don't expect changes. You cannot change your main activities, we said. You cannot change the amount of grant requested more than 20%. If there are some modifications here, you will have to give the information here. 2.1.2. Sorry, the activities that you explain in 2.1.1 will be explained in 2.1.2 with the methodologies. In terms of human resources, in terms of equipment, what kind of a method are you going to follow? Who will be in the project? This is the topic of 2.1.2. What will be the contribution of the partners to the project? In the implementation phase of the project, are you going to establish a monitoring and supervision mechanism? How will this function in the form of monthly meetings or field visits? Or in case of a problem, how will you address it? So you will give the information about this here in 2.1.1. Sorry, 2.1.2. So now we have the activity plan in the second part of the project. On the basis of months, you will detail the activities. You will fill out an activity plan scheme or graphic. You will mention which activity will be carried out on which date, and you will also mention which institution or who will carry out that activity. I will show you an example of the detailing of these activities. 2.1.4. This is about sustainability. Actually, we are addressing sustainability under 3 headings. And you are expected to give information under these three headings under sustainability. What is the first one? Financial sustainability is the first one. What does this mean? When your project is over, once you are entitled to the grant, and you carried out activities according to your commitment, and you reached your objectives, after this fund is over, how will your activities continue? Are you going to be able to establish a financial resource to support them? Do you have such a financial resource? Or are your activities generating a financial resource? So you are expected to give information about these in the first part of sustainability. The second one is institutional sustainability. What does this mean? Once your project is over, which institution will undertake the responsibility after the project is over? You can say that as the institutions that are the applicants, we will continue to carry out these activities. We will have the ownership. You can also say this. Or you can say that because of these reasons, these activities will be taken over by this institution because of these reasons. You may have some training activities in your project that for which you use the grant. You can say that as the university, as the municipality, you carried out these activities. In this part, you can say that we are going to continue the same training activities, or once the project is over, the public education center accepted to carry out these training activities. So it will be under their responsibility. We talked to them, they accepted it. So the important thing is the institutional ownership of these activities and to continue these activities after the project is over. We expect information about this in the second part. In the third part of sustainability, we have does your project have an impact or output or infrastructure which will cause some positive developments in terms of legislation? 2.1.5. This is the log frame table. I can summarize it like this. The general objective, the specific objective, the outcomes and activities of the project will be covered. It is not a big table. It's maximum 3 or 4 pages. So it also includes the performance criteria against which we are going to check whether we reach the objectives. And it also shows the documentation that we are going to use to verify whether we have reached these objectives or not. And if there are some risks that we will face in the implementation, we will mention them as well. At the end of the day, I will also share this table with you and I will tell you how we are going to establish it. But this is a very important document. Sometimes I'm also involved in the evaluation commissions. The first thing that I check in order to get an idea of the project is the log frame. First, I look at the log frame table because in a very short time, you can get information about the whole project. So you should fill this log frame table very carefully. The second part, so under 6.1.6, we are going to prepare the project budget in details. As eligible expenditures, I have mentioned what they were, so you will write the eligible expenditures. I will mention the topics and content once again. So it's an Excel sheet consisting of 3 pages. And on the first page, we have the budget table. We will have numerical data. Under these budget headings, are you going to employ one person, project coordinator? How many months will he work? What is going to be the monthly salary? What is the cost to the budget in total? This is a table of numerical data. Are we going to procure machinery equipment, laptops? How many? What is the unit price? What is the total price? So the first page will be a numerical data table. The second working page of this sheet is the justifications of the expenditures. We are going to explain the reasons for these expenditures. If we're going to employ a project coordinator, why are we employing a project coordinator? To coordinate all the activities, to monitor all the activities, to plan monthly meetings, and to share them with the relevant stakeholders and invite them. So we are going to have such brief explanations, and together with the explanation, there are 2 columns in this page. One of them is justification column. Why do we envisage such a salary for the project coordinator? Or if we are procuring machinery or equipment, why do we need it? In which activity are we going to use it? How did we identify the price? We carried out a market research. We can check the pricing of the equipment and machinery that we are already using. So for each budget item, you will have explanations as to why we need them and justifications about the price of this equipment. This is the second page of the budget document.
And the third page of the budget document is the sources of funding. Actually, it's also a simple table. It's a very brief summary table. So the total project budget and the grant amount that we request from the EU and also the amount that we will provide as co-financing will be indicated in this table. And in the end of this page, if you're entitled to receive the fund, the applicants, how are they going to allocate this fund internally? So you will provide this information in percentages and in numbers. So let me give you an example. A total of 500,000 euro is your budget. Amongst the applicants, the lead applicants and the co-applicants, how it will be distributed, used. So in a small table, you will provide this information. You will say that, for instance, I am a university, I'm the lead applicant, and the total budget amount is 500,000 euros, and 300,000 euro will be used by me. And I have a co-applicant, which is a municipality. Municipality will use 100,000 euros. And there's a small district municipality, another co-applicant, 100,000 euro of the budget will be used by it. So you provide this information in a small table. Of course, this is a planning. So the rates that you're committing here may be changed during the implementation phase. So you can notify the contracting authority about the justifications, and the rates, percentages, or numbers regarding the budget allocation could be amended during the implementation by providing a justification and with the approval of the contracting authority. Actually, we already talked about the budget headings. I will show the budget soon, and then I will give you more detailed information. But in essence, the main headings are HR, travel, materials and equipment, local office expenses, other expenditures. There could be some procurements through outsourcing that could be listed here. And also under administrative expenses, the other expenses that are not specifically identified under section 5 could be put under item or heading 6, other section. For the unforeseen expenditures, there are two different budget headings that you will be used. One is administrative expenses. The other is the contingency reserve. As a reminder, I'd like to say once again, contingency reserve could be maximum up to 5% of the total project budget, and for the administrative costs, maximum up to 7% of the total project budget, you can include an amount. The second section of the full application form, the experience of the applicants and the affiliated institutions. So you will give this information in section 2. In the first two parts, is there any project previously implemented by the applicant regarding this topic, for instance? You will give this information. And under 2.3, you will talk about the experience of the co-applicants, if they had any previous project experience on this topic. So one by one, both for the lead applicant and the co-applicants, you're expected to provide this information. And likewise, in 2.4 as well, it's not an obligation, you will remember. If you have an affiliated institution, it's not an obligation, but if you have it, and then their experience would be listed in tables in 2.4. Section 3, 4, 5, 6. So those sections in the full application form, both for the lead applicants and co-applicants, and for the participating agencies or the affiliated entities, there are some small administrative information that you will provide in those sections. So what is meant by the administrative information? Identity information of the applicant, its profile, implementation capacity for the project, and the list of the board members, etc. Such information would be requested both for the lead applicants, co-applicants, affiliated institutions, and participating agencies, if any. So section 3, 4, 5, 6. So section 7, as we mentioned before, there will be a checklist both in the concept note form and also in the full application form. In the full application form, section 7 is this checklist. So do I submit my application fully with no shortcomings or missing items? So you will be marking the different sections here, and soon I will be showing you this checklist. And the last section is the declaration by the applicant. So I hereby declare that the information I provide is accurate. So it should be signed by the person authorized for signature. Evaluation process. So how will it take place? First of all, as we mentioned in the morning, your concept notes would be administratively evaluated. Later on, there will also be a technical evaluation. Then the scoring will be made, and those that have the sufficient number of points and the projects that are included in a pool of projects in terms of their budget would be invited later on for their full application. And the same goes for the full application forms as well. First of all, an administrative check will be made on the application forms. Later on, there will be another technical or content-wise evaluation. There will be a scoring, and amongst the projects that are selected conditionally, some additional information would be required from them. So why do we ask this additional information? To check the accuracy of some information that you have provided in the concept note stage. Some documentation further would be submitted, and it will be checked if it is really corresponding to the first information that you have provided. I mean, after the eligibility check as well, with the awarded or entitled institutions, contract would be signed, and then the project implementation would start. So regarding the project evaluation, there are some important reminders I would like to share. The deadline for application, you should definitely follow this. I already underlined this in the morning. You should not wait for the last day. And if you are going to hand it over manually, until 3:30, 16th of December, you have to deliver it. And if you will cargo or post your proposals, it's enough if it's just the 16th of December, the deadline. So you should definitely fill in the checklist. And the evaluation form that we will see soon will be over a total of 50 points. So if you get minimum 30 points at the initial stage, then you will be able to continue with the full application. But having 30 points, is it the only criterion? I mean, every project with 30 points, will they continue with the full application? No, unfortunately, there's a budget constraint. As I mentioned before, a total of 2 times higher than the amount of the total amount would be considered. So until 30 million euros, approximately, a pool would be created. I assume that the highest point is 48 points, for instance. The highest ranking project, for instance, requested 400,000 euros, or the one with 47 points requested this and that amount. Those amounts would be added up and until it reaches 30 million euros. How many projects have been listed? I mean, those projects would be invited for the full application. So I emphasize this frequently in the morning, both in the concept note stage and full application stage. One of the documents that you will need to submit is the checklist. So the checklist that is expected at the concept note stage is this list. There are 2 main sections. First, administrative, second, eligibility. So next to it, there are yes and no columns that you will mark. You will need to fill them in. So you should be marking all of those boxes yes, naturally, of course. If you have marked anything no, then it means you have a shortcoming. You need to go back and fix it. But I would like to emphasize once again that this is not only for you to check yourselves. It should also be submitted with the application form. It should be filled in. So what are we going to look at in this checklist? Concept note checklist. The declaration of the applicant, is it filled out and is there wet signature on it? Was the proposal prepared on computer and in English? And is it sent in one original and 2 copies? And the electronic version, is it being submitted as a flash disk? And what are the eligibility related checks? The project duration is between 12 to 24 months that is given to us. And the main applicant, does he have at least one co-applicant or partner? And the requested EU contribution, is it between minimum and maximum amounts? The checklist and declaration of the applicant, is it filled out and submitted with the concept note? So you should also fill in this list. And with your concept note form, you will be submitting it as well. Evaluation form. So the concept note, according to what criteria it will be evaluated. Before that, maybe we can have a 15-minute break. It's 2:30. 2:45, we can start with this part. So both in the concept note stage and also full application stage, when you're filling in the forms, what are you going to pay attention to? So we received this information before the break. And in this part, we will talk about according to what criteria the concept notes and the full application forms would be evaluated and ranked. These evaluation tables that you can see here, both for the concept note and full application, they are included in our application manual. You can open and find these tables directly. And before you submit your proposals, my recommendation is to open your proposal and do a scoring exercise for your own proposal based on this information. So how many points would you give to your own proposal? So far, I haven't seen any examples who read their own proposals and gave all the 50 points required for this section. So whatever is missing, you should always go back and fix them so that you can at least give full points for yourselves. So the concept note evaluation form consists of two sections. The first one is project relevance, and there are 20 points for that. I mentioned before, this relevance section is separately important. So the point that you will get out of 20 points here, if you continue with the full application stage, whatever point you got would definitely be reflected at the full application stage as well as relevance score. So in the application form, in the concept note part I mentioned actually, so based on which information the scores would be given by the assessors in this section. So there are a total of 4 headings under which the relevance is considered. The first one is the proposal that you submit, to what extent it's relevant for the priorities of our call. So by looking at the information that you have provided about this, out of a 5-point scale, it will be assessed. Secondly, the proposal that you submit, to what extent it is relevant with the needs of the region, country, and the problems. Third part, the proposal that you submit, to what extent it is relevant for the needs of the target groups that you have identified. So again, there will be a total of 5 points here. The fourth one, especially you should focus on this. You should be careful about this. So this is a few more points that you can get from here so that you can make difference from other projects. I already provided this contribution. Added value elements. So you will provide those information here. So what are added value elements? Sustainability, best practices, innovation, innovative practices. So to what extent you're focusing on those topics in your project. So we will read the relevant parts, and a total of 5 points would be given for this section, and a total of 20 points would be given for relevance in total. So the second and last section to be scored under the concept note is the project design. Here, what kind of criteria would be checked by the assessors? 2.1. To what extent the general project design is consistent? Does it indicate the expected outcomes to be achieved with the project? And your methodology, is it enough to achieve the results? So they will be seeking for answers to these questions within the full application form that you submit. And 2.1 has the highest score here. A total of 10 points would be granted in this part. 2.2. Does the project design comprise a comprehensive analysis of the problems? Also, does it reflect the capacity of the relevant stakeholders? The third one, at the project implementation stage, what are the risks that you may face? We will also put it in the log frame table. You would remember. We will express them in the form of assumptions. We would indicate the risks of the project. And under 2.3, the information you provide about this would get a total of 5 points. So you may think at this point that if I describe a lot of risks that may be faced by my project, then they would consider this as a risky project and they may give it a low score. You may have this question mark in your mind. So regarding the risks that could be foreseen, is there a real study which is conducted? Did you identify the external factors that may create an impact? And regarding the challenges that may be faced at the implementation, are the measures taken? This is what actually the assessors would look at, not the number of risks or if there are many risks or not. If there are no measures taken for those risks, it may be yes, a negative thing. But foreseeing the risks and taking necessary measures, on the contrary, will give you a plus for your project. 2.4. Are the activities doable and are they consistent with the expected outcomes? Sometimes, as I mentioned slightly in the morning as well, you put there an activity, but there is no outcome or output for that activity. Or there is an output or outcome that you put there, but in order to obtain this output, there is no activity that you allocated in the project. So in your project, you may get a low score under this part. Therefore, in this part, you should definitely talk about the output that will be created by every single activity. So you should definitely match them. And in this part as well, out of 5 points, this information will be identified.
2.5. We talked about the added value. I said, please pay attention to that. And here, 2.5 is very important. Because in general terms, this makes a difference with the other projects in terms of scoring. So what kind of information should you give here? As we mentioned in the morning, there are some cross-cutting issues. What are they? I mentioned the topics, for example, minority rights, gender equality, disadvantaged groups' rights, women employment, youth employment. So to what extent your project touches on these issues? So you will give information about these things here and you will be evaluated over 5 points. So totally 30 points. And in the concept note, there will be 50 points evaluation. So let's talk about evaluation of the full application form. I will show you that form. So the issues to be careful about are almost the same with the concept note. You have to abide by the last application deadline. Checklist, the declaration of the lead applicant, co-applicant, the declaration of the affiliated institutions, and the authorization document for the co-applicants. The full application form will be evaluated under 2 criteria. The first one is financial and operational capacity. Once we see the evaluation form, you will see it. This is the first part of the evaluation form. It is mentioned as financial and operational capacity. This part is important. It will be evaluated over 20 points, and you have to get minimum 12 points. If you cannot get minimum 12 points, automatically your proposal will be eliminated and the other parts will not even be evaluated. Other than this criterion, so it is over 20 points financial and operational capacity. It is not sufficient to get 12 points. There are 4 sections here. If you get 1 point in each one, again, your proposal will be eliminated. You have to get 2 points in each section, and totally it should be minimum 12 points. We will talk about this when we look at the evaluation form, but this is really important. The checklists, just like in the concept note, we have to submit this checklist in full application phase. During the presentation, I have mentioned them, but let's go over them once again. What do we have to check? when we are submitting the full application form. Again, the applicant, did they fill the declaration with the wet ink signature? In the Prague document, there are some reasons for excluding in the tender, so there should be no reason for that among the applicants and co-applicants, so there should be no obstacle to that. So there's a document called Declaration of Honor among the supporting documents I've shown you in the morning. Did they fill this document and submit it with the full application form? Is the proposal prepared on the computer and in English? Is it submitted as one original and 2 copies? Is the electronic version submitted in the flash disk? Did all the co-applicants sign the authorization document? Did the affiliated institutions fill their declarations if there are any? So if there are no, we will just mention not applicable. The budget consists of 3 working pages. One of the most frequently made mistakes is to fill out the first numerical part. The other 2 working pages are forgotten. Please pay attention to this. The first page includes numerical data. The second working page includes the justifications, and the third one talks about the EU contribution and your co-financing, and that amount of co-financing. Expected sources of funding is the topic of this third page. So these 3 working pages of the budget must be filled and sent. The log frame table, it's a part of the full application form. Is it filled and is it sent with the full application form? Project duration, is it between 12 months to 24 months? Requested contribution, is it between 250,000 or 750,000 euros? And is it between 50% and 90% of the eligible expenditures of the requested EU contribution? There is a calculation mistake made here. People request 90%. They request the maximum. But sometimes when there's a decimal point, it corresponds to 90.5%. And because the contracting authority doesn't allow for that, your project can be eliminated. So be careful with the calculations when you are calculating the EU contribution and the co-financing. Please calculate it carefully. Make sure that you are between these limits. This is one of the most frequently made mistakes, the calculation in EU contribution amount and co-financing amount. Another part that we're going to check is that do you have at least one co-applicant? Of course, if you came to this phase, you must have had one co-applicant, otherwise you would be eliminated in the concept note phase. So for sure you have a co-applicant at this phase, but we checked that as well. I told you in the morning, you are not expected to change things, and co-applicant is one of them. In the concept note, you are submitting certain co-applicants. You are expected to continue with the same co-applicants. If there are some extreme conditions, you can inform the contracting authority, you can provide the justification and change them. But that institution might be closed down. Their area of activity, responsibility might have changed. If you document this and if you have a rational justification, you can change your co-applicants. Other than that, we cannot change the co-applicant. You cannot change your main activities at the full application phase as well. If during the concept note phase, if you change the requested amount of grant, this cannot be more than 20%. We also check that. In the full application phase, we check whether the change is plus or minus 20% of the original proposal. After the checklists, we have the way of evaluation of the full application form and which questions will be answered and over what points do we evaluate. The first part is important. In total, you have to get 12 points over 20 points here, and it will be evaluated under 4 topics. You should not get 1 point. You have to get minimum 2 points in each one. What do evaluators focus on to give you points? I want to attract your attention to something here. 1, 1, 1, 2, and 1, 3. Here, the applicants are evaluated with their partners in terms of equipment, experience, human resources. The main applicant is evaluated together with the co-applicants in terms of their capacity. Can they carry out a design plan and implement the project? Do they have the technical and operational capacity to be able to do that? In the first 3 questions, we are evaluating the main applicant together with the co-applicants. But in 1.4, there's a different situation. Only the main applicant is evaluated in terms of having stable and sufficient financial resources. Does the main applicant have a stable and sufficient financing resources to be able to carry out the planned activities? I want to attract your attention to this because if the main applicant doesn't have the stable financial resources, how will the evaluators see it? They will check their financial tables and their financial situation will be submitted for the last 3 years. If the main applicant looks like that they don't have a stable and sufficient financing resources based on their balance sheet and their budget, they can get a low point here, low score here. We told you that you have to have a co-applicant. If you don't see the main applicant as a financially sound institution, make sure that the main applicant is financially strong. Maybe you can remain in the project as a co-applicant. You can submit a stronger institution as the main applicant so that they will not get a lower score, because here we only evaluate the main applicant. So financial and operational capacity. In terms of equipment and in terms of human resources and experiences are evaluated, and there is a scoring over 20 points. The second part is relevance. As I've told you before, relevance will not be evaluated separately. Whatever you get in the concept note, you get that. There will be no separate evaluation. The third part is the design of the project. As you see, the topics of the evaluation form are in line with the headings of the application form. There was also a project design in full application form, and the evaluators will read that, so they will give a point over 15 points. What will they check in the full application form? To what extent the design of your project is consistent? Does it include the expected results, the methodology, the intervention logic? Are they sufficient to reach the objectives? Do they have enough justifications? Are the activities in line with the foreseen outcomes? And are the recommended activities relevant? Sometimes you have an output, you don't have an activity about it. So these are minuses for you. If they are not in line, if the activities and the outputs are not in line, or the outcomes are not in line. Is when we were talking about the log frame. So we will check whether we reach the objectives or not. So the log frame will have some performance criteria. So does the project have a verifiable indicators? So they will be evaluated over 5 points. So the third question, is the design of the project reflecting a sound analysis of the capacities of the relevant problems and relevant stakeholders? Don't see the stakeholders as institutions that provide contribution. Sometimes there can be individuals and stakeholders which have negative impacts on our project. We must also envisage this. We must also consult them. We must adapt them to our project. And during the implementation, we can prevent them from being a risk. So you should also check all the stakeholders, make a good analysis of all the stakeholders who can have a positive or negative impact. So the evaluators will try to answer these questions over 5 points. The fourth part is methodology. So what are we going to focus on that? Is the activity plan clear in terms of timing and in terms of the contents of the activities? Is it implementable? Is it feasible? Let's say if you prepared a 12-month project, if you cannot complete those activities in 12 months, you will get a lower scoring here. In terms of time and content, are the activities feasible and are they in your project in a reasonable manner? The second part, is there an effective monitoring and evaluation methodology in your proposal? So is your project going on track? Do you have a methodology or strategy in your proposal so that you can check whether the project is on track? 4.3. In the last part of the methodology, we check the following. What is the contribution of the co-applicants and affiliated institutions? Did you get them just because it's an obligation? Or how do they contribute to which activity of the project and what way? This should be explained in the full application form. So they will give a score over 5 points here. So sustainability of project, we explained this. Do you remember? What are the topics in terms of sustainability? The first one is financial sustainability. Once the fund resource is over, how will the project activities continue? How will you find the funds financially? Secondly, institutional sustainability. Once the project is over, who will have ownership of the activities of the project? The third part, in terms of legislation, in terms of impact on the laws, will there be a positive impact? Is your proposal going to have a positive impact in terms of legislation? So they are going to score this as well. You will get a score over 15 points in sustainability. The last part. The last part of the full application form. It is project budget and cost effectiveness. So there are two main topics, totally 15 points The first part, are your activities reflected in the budget in a proper manner? Do you have enough budget items for each activity? Sometimes you see that there's a detailed activity and no budget item is allocated for that activity, or it may be the opposite. There's a budget item, but there is no activity related with that. So these are negative situations which will decrease your scoring. There has to be a budgetary correspondence of each activity. So the second part, okay, you reflected your activities to the budget. There is a budget item about your activities, but the amount of money that you spent for that activity, is it worth in terms of the outcome that you want to get? This is what the evaluators will look at. So is the amount of money that you spent worth the outcome? Will you get the return of your money? Is it really worth the money that you spent? So you should check that as well, and for this part as well, you will have 15 points for budget and cost effectiveness. So the evaluation is totally 100 points. If you remember during the concept note, you had to get a minimum 30 points over 50 points. In the full application form, there is no such limitation of scoring. Starting from the highest scoring project, we are going to list them. Let's say the number one project gets 98 points. We will write down the amount they request, and then we will go down one by one until 14,706,000 euros is completed. Sorry, 14,706,000 euros. Usually, we assume that the grant amount requested will be around 500,000 euros. So there can be around 29 or 30 projects which will be funded. This is totally an assumption. This is based on the amount that will be requested. If the request is 250,000, then we can go up to 60 in terms of numbers of projects. But just to give you an idea, we are making these assumptions. So this is the simple calculation that we can assume. After the projects are evaluated technically, there will be a relevance checking of the proposals which are selected on a conditional manner. Certain documents will be requested from them, and the documents will be verified. If there is no inconsistency in the declarations, then these institutions will sign grant contracts and they can start implementation. So since the morning, I have been attracting your attention on certain issues. These were mainly about frequently made mistakes. Let me repeat them once again. And there are some mistakes that can be made. So I want to repeat them. The applications must be sent in English. There's an important issue. In the applications, you should only use the document formats of the CCGP project. The application form, the supporting documents must all be CCGP format. Among us, there are many people who applied for EU projects, who received funds, and who applied for projects even if they don't get the fund. They might say that, oh, I remember that form. We applied on this form before. Don't do that. In each application phase, there are some differences. So you must use the document format of the CCGP. You need to download it from the MIS page of the ministry website that I've shown you in the morning. Make sure that you use them. When calculating the requested grant amount, make sure that it is between 50% and 90%. So check it mathematically. This is one of the most frequently made calculation. It can cause an administrative ineligibility. Please be careful about that. Yes, I have told you the information that you have to write on the envelope. They must be complete, correct, and sufficient. The name of the institution must be on the envelope as the applicant. You should not write the name of the individual who signs the application. People are doing this mistake. Don't do this. You should write the name of the institution on the envelope.
Project duration should definitely be between 12 to 24 months. So it says the letters should be Arial and also 10 fonts, but this is not the only criterion. There are some number of pages limits and spaces, margin information provided. You should also make sure that you follow those rules. The declaration by the applicant should definitely have wet signature within the form. Electronic copy should definitely be presented in a flash disk, and it should be one-on-one the same as the printed documents. So if you're going to hand over by hand, you should definitely stick to the timing and the deadline, December 16th, 3:30, but you should not wait for the last day. So even physically receiving around 1,000 applications could be problematic. So try to deliver it a few days before if possible. So if you're going to send by the post, there is no time limitation here. The date is important only. And here within the application form, from the person signing the form, yes, there's such a person signing the form, and also we are going to ask for contact information. So this contact person or liaison person should be accessible anytime. I mean, you should provide information of such a person. For instance, if the president of the university is authorized, you should not appoint this person because we cannot access this person all the time and there may be some communication problems. So the contact person that you will offer here should be aware of the application process and should be reachable all the time. But what's important that this person is always reachable, accessible. So once there's loss of communication, there will be late signatures of the contract, and even you may not be able to sign even because of the lack of communication. Therefore, there should be a real accessible person that you should indicate here as a contact person. The last section, when I was going over the agenda, I told you that I would like to talk about the project management cycle as a methodology. Maybe majority of you already heard. Almost half of you actually previously submitted offers for EU projects. Maybe they already used that methodology before. I think this project management cycle methodology could be useful for you. So I would like to very quickly talk about this. And amongst our application documentation, we have the activity plan, log frame table, and also the budget. So how they are going to be filled out briefly. I will also talk about this, and then I will conclude my presentation. So before we continue with the project management cycle, maybe we can talk about the word term project and what does it comprise. What a project should include or comprise. What is the definition? So when the project is defined, there are certain elements that we need to tell. So what are those elements? Pace, where it will take place, time, there should be a time limit. Actually, with the application manual, these are the constraints that we have already given you. So what did we tell before? It must be in Turkey. There's the time limit as well. It should be between 12 to 24 months, for instance. And the budget. Indirectly, there's also a budget limit here because the amount of grant that you can request is already given to you. And also with an inception and ending point, it's a series of activities that make sure that we can achieve our targets. So these series of activities are called a project. And this is the chart that we use for PCM, project cycle. So we're not going to use it only in the preparation of the project. Actually, during the implementation as well, we will use this methodology. So programming is actually is over for our call because the application manual has been published. So based on which criteria you can apply is already identified at this point. So when we are having this meeting, actually, as I mentioned in the morning, actually in your minds, there are a lot of project ideas, and in the breaks as well, we are having conversations. Can I do this? Can I do that? Can I apply for this? And what would happen if I have this as a co-applicant, for instance? Actually, you're at the stage of identification. So you now participated in this meeting. Maybe at first you had 3 project ideas, 2 of them have been eliminated maybe already, or maybe you now think you can do both even. So right now we are at the identification stage. So this identified project idea. So you will prepare the budget, application form, and the activities. When you prepare them all, then it will be the formulation part, which will be over. So what money would we spend for which activity, and which partner will carry out which activity, and who will support which activity, etc. You will be formalizing them all in this part, formulation part. And the proposal or the project idea that we have formulated. So now we start to implement this. So the planned activities within the boundaries of the planned budget would be implemented in this part. So actually, it together with M&E or evaluation and audit, actually this implementation will go hand in hand. Because can we implement the project in the way that we committed? Are there any delays or interruptions? It should also be monitored. If there are any interruptions or delays, then measures should be taken as well at this stage. And lastly, once the project is over, an evaluation will be carried out. So both at the preparation stage and implementation stage, what did we do wrong or correct? So if we are to submit a new project idea or a project proposal, what would I redo and what I wouldn't do again? So we will decide on this evaluation. For instance, as a municipality, we are partnering with a university, and in the implementation, we have seen that we cannot get any support from the partner. So I will never co-apply with this partner, for instance, you will say. Or on the contrary, you are very satisfied with your partner, and then in the next project application as well, you can continue with the next partner. So such an evaluation. Or when I am planning my budget in HR, I have listed a lot of personnel based on payroll. But this payroll is extra workload for me, and the legislation was not okay. I couldn't recruit many of them. If I outsource this, for instance, with an invoice, if I outsource this personnel from outside, it would have been much better. And in my next project, this is what I will do. So we will have such lessons learned and evaluation based on the experience, so that in the next project preparations, it will be guiding for you. Project preparation stages. There are 2 stages. First is the planning. First is the analysis. And in this analysis stage, you will conduct some analysis. The first one is the stakeholder analysis. So within the project, who could be the stakeholders? The stakeholder definition was broadly provided before. When we say stakeholder, it's not only the institutions or persons who will provide positive contributions. Indirectly or directly, positive or negative impact could be created by a lot of institutions, and all of those institutions are stakeholders actually. And in the implementation stage of the project, we need to take their views, all of their views, so that we can have to the point, effective and proper problem analysis. So by collecting their views, all the stakeholders, we will have a problem analysis. What are the topics that we consider that may be problematic, that we are trying to intervene and improve? So we will make a list of those topics, and later on, by expressing our problems in a positive manner, we will turn them into targets. So what are our targets at the end of the project? So we will make an analysis of this. So now we have our targets, but we have some limits or constraints at hand, just like in our call, time constraint, for instance, or an application constraint or the budget constraint. So within the boundaries of those constraints, maybe we will have to give up on some of the targets that we are aiming to achieve. For instance, I had this and that activity in my mind, but in 24 months, I cannot finish those activities. Therefore, I am giving up on this and that target. Or I had a project idea which required a very large infrastructure investment. However, this grant amount is not sufficient to cover this infrastructure activity. Therefore, I gave up on that activity. So we will give up on certain activities and targets. So amongst the targets, we choose the ones that are doable. Therefore, it's called the strategy analysis. So all of the analysis that we conduct, at which point they will be helpful for us. In the application form, we will submit log frame sheet or matrix in its creation, and also in the creation of the budget and the activity plan. It will be highly useful for us. So the log frame matrix that we talk about, very simply speaking, will be like this. So what did we say before? Let's mention the information that will be included. In the first column, you see the names already, the general aim of the project, the specific aim of the project, and the outcomes. And in order to reach those outcomes, the activities that will be implemented. So these will be in the first column. The second column is the objectively verifiable indicators column. So both for general aim, specific aim, results and activities, what are the numerical data that we are targeting? So let's assume that we have an activity which is raising awareness. So in rural areas regarding the use of water, we would like to raise awareness amongst women. So this is the activity. What is the numerical indicator? In 6 districts of Antalya, 250 women were provided with water use related awareness raising activities in 6 months. So how can we verify this? The third column is the source for verification. So what could be the source for verification for such an activity? For awareness raising sessions for women in the districts. So with which documentation can we verify it? Yes, very nice presentations maybe. In this training, for instance, just like we do in the beginning and in the end, we may have some questionnaires or reports created regarding that training. These are all sources of verification that could be included in the third column of the log frame. Or we had a tender, for instance, for machinery equipment. This is also an activity, actually, a procurement activity. So the procurement documentation, tendering documentation, the invoices, the signed contracts regarding the procurement, again, could be sources of verification to be listed in the log frame. The last column, as we mentioned before, within the project implementation duration, there may be some risks that may affect our activities. So by positively expressing them under the name of assumptions, we will list them again in the log frame. At the level of outcomes, activities, aims, etc. If we have any risks, then it will be included at this part. For instance, we talked about the training activity. So regarding the training activity, one of the biggest risks that we may face, what is it? The target group that we are planning to reach out was not interested in the trainings. So in 6 districts, we would go and inform the women about the water use. So this is our plan. So in the district that we are focusing on, if the women are not interested in our trainings, then it's an external factor which may adversely affect our activity. So we should positively express them to include in the log frame. Please. Microphone, please. You have described this very well, but in 2015, there were 3 columns added to log frame. So in the verifiable sources part, there will be 4 columns. In the first column, you will look at what you will measure. For instance, number of women participating in the training. So, and the percentages of raising awareness, etc. Once you write this indicator, in the next column, you will have one baseline and target column. You will have 3 of them. So, okay, it's a nice contribution. We can also open it right now and show it so that it's not vague. Mr. Burak, could you visit the MIS page, please, to show it? IPA.gov.tr, yes. So there's this zip folder. Could you please open it? Documents to be filled, the second folder. Full application. Annex C. So as Salman Bey mentioned, the number of columns here are different, as you will observe. Yes, let's also go over this. The first column is actually the same. Our specific aim, general aim, results, and activities are included in this column. And in the next one, indicators. The second column is also the same here. The performance indicators of the project that we will achieve. As much as possible, numerical data would be used here. Baseline. So this part, actually, these are additions to the log frame. So the performance criteria that we're planning to reach currently. So at which stage are they? For instance, we put a target, and when we start the project, what is the stage of that target? And at the end of the project, so what are we planning to have as a level? Current value. Actually, there will be nothing about that in the beginning of the project. If you will submit interim report at that time, up until that time, regarding that particular indicator, if you have achieved any numbers, then you will indicate that number here. And next to it, there is sources of data column. It is the sources of verification, as I mentioned before. So regarding the training, the sources of verification could be what kind of documentation, as we already mentioned. And the last column, again, will be assumptions. So this is the log frame. So I would like to thank you, Mr. Salman, for your contribution. We can go back to the slides. So once we complete our log frame, then the activity plan and the budget. How are we going to continue? You will remember that in the log frame, in the last box of the first column, the activities were mainly listed. So we will take those headings there, titles there. We will elaborate this further in an activity plan. And we will take this activity plan in front of us. And in order to implement those activities, what is the budget or resource I need? So then we will also drive our budget document. Activity plan. Actually, we have detailed down one activity here. So you, in the project proposal, and just like we elaborated this activity in different headings, you will elaborate further activities and you will do planning on the basis of months. So here, renewable energy trainings activity is considered here, and there are sub-activities, and a total of 6 months would be the duration of this activity. As you can see, the names of the months are not given here. And when you do the activity plan, you should always refer to them as the first month, second month, third month, etc. Because it's not certain when the project will start. Yes, once you sign the contract, the next day project will start, but you do not know in which month you will sign it. Therefore, without giving the names of the months, you will say first month, second month, etc.
So how did we detail it? For 6-month trainings, the first 2 months training preparations will continue, and we split them into details. The first month, preparation of documents and the curriculum of the training. The second month, selection of the trainers and carrying out logistic preparations and identification of participants. And then, realization of the trainings will last 3 months, third, fourth, and fifth months. And in the 6th month, the trainings will be evaluated and the activity will be completed. This is an example. So all the activities will be detailed and elaborated as subheadings. Based on our activities, we're going to prepare a budget document. I have mentioned this budget document in the morning, but now I will talk about the exact table as per the headings. First of all, we are going to fill it in euros. We will not use TL. It will be in euros. There will be VAT exemption, so when we are establishing the budget, we will not include VAT. When we are doing the planning, you should think about it as exempt from VAT. So all the years is the first column, and the next column is first year. If your project is for 12 months, you can only fill the all years columns. If it is more than 1 year, then you will show the activities of the first year and the expenditures of the first year. You will fill the column about the first year. And then the total budget will be seen in the all years part. In terms of human resources, I have a reminder. Here you are going to show only the employer gross salary of the staff that are working on a payroll. If you are outsourcing an activity, if you're going to have service provision from a company, they will not be mentioned here. They will not be under human resources. They will be under budget heading 5 or 6. Under this part, you are going to mention the people who are working in your project on a payroll. Per diem allowances are eligible costs, I said. If you're going to per diem allowance expenditures, you should mention them as domestic and abroad under budget item 1, human resources. Number 2 is national and international travel expenses. This is also an eligible cost, as I've told you before. The third budget item is equipment and material procurement. There is vehicle procurement here, but it is not an eligible cost in our project. Vehicle procurement is not possible, but you can you can rent certain vehicles in your project, it can be an eligible cost. Furniture, computers, machinery, spare parts, tools. So this is under budget item number 3. Budget item number 4, local office consumables and costs. Consumables, electricity, water, natural gas of the office can be eligible costs under this. 4.1 is vehicle costs. If you rent a vehicle under budget item 3, in this part, you will mention the fuel costs, maintenance costs of this vehicle. They will be eligible costs under number 4. Budget item number 5 is other expenditures and services. Specifically, there are some budget items here. Generally, they will be in the form of service provision. For example, publications, studies, researches, evaluation costs of the project, translation, interpretation costs, kick-off meeting, closing meeting organizations, bank expenditures, the expenditures about financial services. Your expenditures about visibility will be under budget item number 5. Under budget item number 6, this is the miscellaneous or other expenses. If under number 5, there are some other expenses that are not specifically defined, you can put them under budget number 6 as long as they are eligible costs. For example, let's say you are going to get services from an accountant. You are going to pay him, and there's going to be a receipt for that. It can be under 6. There can be some other service provision as well. As long as they are eligible expenditures, the things that are not defined under budget item number 5 can be mentioned under budget item number 6. These 6 topics are the main topics of our budget. We have 2 extra headings. They are not specifically defined, but we only know the names: contingency reserve and administrative expenditures. During the preparation of the project, if there are some expenses that we could not foresee in the preparation of the project, we can pay them under here. As you can see, 8.1 is administrative expenditures, and also it is mentioned, it is also named as indirect costs. It can be up to 70% of the total budget amount. So we add up until here. Let's say the subtotal are eligible costs, and it is 500,000 euros. 7% of this 500 euros, so it is up to 35,000 euros. It can be written under budget item 8. There's another budget item, which is contingency reserve. It is budget item number 10. So it can be up to 5% of the total budget amount. Why do we have 2 separate headings and items? What was the difference between the 2? Who remembers that? Yes. For the utilization of the contingency reserve, you will request a written permit from the contracting authority to be able to use the contingency reserve. But in the other one, you can do it without getting a permission. I have a reminder about implementation, but I received this question a lot, so I want to remind it. This is a planned budget, estimated budget actually. Maybe you will start implementation after 2 years. The amounts may change, the content of the activities may change, staff employment prices may change. So during implementation, if there are such changes, in line with some rules, you can request it from the contracting authority. You can make some transfers between the budget items. If you spent a little in some budget item, you can transfer the remaining amount to another budget item by taking a permit from the contracting authority. You have the right to make such changes. So, before I proceed with the Q&A session, you can write your questions through the square code. As I told you in the beginning, I want to show you a short video. This video is about mainstreaming gender equality. What is the relationship between our applications and this topic? Do you remember I told you about cross-cutting issues? I said mention these issues. It's a very competitive environment, so it can make your project stronger. So, we will give you important clues about those topics in this video. It's a video of 10 or 15 minutes, and then we're going to have the Q&A session, and then we are going to end our information day. We can start the video. This is the last presentation of the day. We have talked about many technical issues. I will talk about gender equality mainstreaming. This concept sounds mysterious, said my colleagues. It needs explanation, they said. So, I don't want to take much of your time. Let me start. What is gender equality mainstreaming? So, one of the most important international documents on gender equality is Beijing Platform and the Action Plan. Next year, there is going to be the 30th year review of that action plan. So it is an approach mentioned in that document. We also hear it in the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations and the consensus decisions. This recommends us gender mainstreaming. And we look at it from this perspective. This is not a concept and approach that we selected. It's a global agenda. It's a global standard. It's an objective to have gender equality. What is our approach when we are doing it? So, mainstreaming gender is our objective. When we look at it from the basic perspective, we see that gender mainstreaming is a holistic method, and the objective here is as follows. How is my implementation affected by inequalities between men and women, and how is my project affecting it? So it recommends a method. There are some principles of this method, and among these principles, as you would imagine, there is the protection of human rights universally, transparent implementations. Nobody should be left behind. We should be inclusive. We should not discriminate against anybody. On one side, when we look at documents that recommends mainstreaming, they have listed some implementation principles. They say that, first of all, where do we use the mainstreaming methods? Everywhere and at each level is the answer. In the establishment of national policies, national plans, budgets, policy documents about sectoral activities, also at the level of projects. So these documents say that this is one of the things that we are trying to explain in each platform. There is no area of work which cannot be the topic of gender mainstreaming. There is no gender-neutral area of work. So the basis of the approach is as follows. Gender analysis is the basis of gender mainstreaming. There are various levels of work of gender mainstreaming. We'll discuss them on concrete examples, but as the beginning. Where do you want your outputs to take you? You made an analysis, there are inequalities, there are differences, you've seen them, you've seen where they are, and you have identified your objectives in your activity. You want to increase equality, you want to empower women, nobody should be left behind. These are your objectives. What level are your objectives? First of all, not harming level. This is like 0.0. And this is an inevitable level. I will not go over them one by one. I tried to mention them in the boxes. So what is the ultimate level? You will make such a design in your project, in your activity, that you can decrease gender inequalities. For example, in the areas where women are represented less, you can contribute to increasing women employment, or you can promote women entrepreneurship, and you can be successful in this objective. What is the last phase? You can be transformative. This is the last level. We look at the reasons here. People are spending more money, more time at home. They take care of the children, the house, and the men are working outside. These are the situations which cause inequality in the long term. So you can focus on them. Why mainstreaming gender? As UNDP, we work on two ways. First, we have projects in which we tackle this issue. For example, women employment, women entrepreneurship, violence against women in these projects. We try to decrease inequalities and gender-based risks. So, there are also projects in which we make mainstreaming. The topic and the basic objective of the project is not increasing gender equality, but you check your impact. If you can analyze your impact and if you can develop correct objectives, there can be some equality gainings here as well. Let's think about it in a more concrete framework. This is an example. It's about urban mobility. It's about sustainable urban planning, or urban mobility planning. It's an activity in Europe. Adults, men and women between 30-39 years of age. This is the results of mobility. What do you see immediately? There's the home area, paid work, and you see mobility is mainly done by men, but women are also involved in work life a little bit. They also have some mobility. And you go out of it, so let's look at the pink part. So, taking care of the people who are in need usually is done by women, and it is happening at home. One of the results of this activity is as follows. Men go somewhere once they go and come back, and women have a complicated mobility. That's their tendency. They go to different destinations, they use different lines, they use short lines, and instead of going and coming back, when you look at it on this picture, when we have the gender glasses, we make an analysis. If we don't do it, and if we say that, let's decrease automobile use, And on those lines where there are automobiles are being used, let's focus on mass transportation. So, what can happen here? When you focus on your investment on those lines to decrease, the traffic on the automobile lines, if you make a shift in those transportation modes, you can decrease the capacity of the lines that women are using. Then what happens? Then the women can travel a longer time. As a result of this, they will lose time more, and this will decrease their participation in employment. So what was my objective? I will not harm women. I will be in such a design. So you will continue like this. Let's focus on the special needs of women. I will listen to the women as well.
So I will ensure security of the areas that they use. It will be affordable. It will be practical. I will have lighting for the bus stops, etc. Yes, this is what you can do. What can you do lastly? So you can even target transformation of gender inequalities. So it's also in the scope of urban planning as well, or city planning. So you can make local areas more compact. So all the services could be locally offered. There are not different services at different locations. For instance, having the shopping very quickly, or accessing the kindergarten very quickly, or healthcare services quickly. So we can have such a city design. And also the cities, I mean, between the residential areas and the work areas, those kindergartens, healthcare centers, the schools, could have some roots. This is how we can shape the area. So for men as well, it will be more practical, and they will also do some responsibilities, and we will give healthy messages here. For instance, we can talk about paternity or fatherhood with louder voices. And also, I would like you to think, I mean, there's something that we do not see at all in this picture. This intersectionality concept, I'd like to talk about this. So what does it mean? Neither men are a homogeneous category, nor women are a homogeneous category. We all have our different identities and social positions, right? So the people that we do not see here, for instance, domestic worker women. So how is their mobility within the cities? So between the poor residential areas and relatively better residential areas, they have a mobility. But in this level of a breakdown, we can never see this mobility. We need to also invest on this. So this way, when we wear our gender lens, we can see women, and in relation to women, we can see disadvantaged groups and the children, elderly, needing care. And also, when we also have this variety of different groups, we can also reach out to different groups, which is called intersectionality approach. So as a methodology, how do we use mainstreaming? I will be very quick and then finish. So as I mentioned before, it's both a method and approach. Those standards of the approach would never change, but when it comes to method, everybody may describe it differently. I would like to express it in 5 different steps. So the first one is the stakeholder analysis and also development of partnerships. So at this stage, in the area that you will work, I mean, by the sector or local level, etc., whatever your implementation will be. So with whom you can work so that you can more easily reach your gender equality targets. So this is the question that you will ask yourself. So are there any equality departments or women departments of the municipalities? Are there relevant departments in the universities? Are there NGOs or professional organizations working in this respect? So what is our target here? So I set some targets for myself for equality, for empowerment of women, for instance. There are certain activity plans that I'm developing. Who can help me? And in terms of developing those activity plans as well, who will help me? So in terms of communicating with the target group and in terms of technical assistance for mainstreaming, if I do not have this technical competence, for instance, and dissemination of achievements. So we are working in an innovative area, right? Our outputs should also be known by the field. So it should be also a learning exercise, and the work that we carry out in this area should be submitted for the use of others as well. So who could help us in this respect? And also sustainability. Once I step out of this field, who will help me to continue with this study? So this is the most important part. We will have a gender analysis. So we didn't have the design yet, but before the design, this is what we will do. First of all, so what are the gender-related topics that we will face? Gender-related equalities. Third stage, you had your analysis and what are the opportunities and threats. You have seen this. And then what are you going to do? Which target am I going to identify? According to which principle? Am I going to empower women? Am I going to implement a grant program so that they can use it better? Or am I going to facilitate their access to credit loans so that they can use services or technologies better? Or are we going to have any female leadership programs? Or in order to better understand their needs, am I going to have participatory exercises with them? So you need to set your target and what your target corresponds to. So seeing this and also creating a theory of change. So I have this target, and in order to achieve this target, which actions should be carried out? Which activities would take me to this target? So you know about this theory of change. It's like a tree. So I would like to reach this point. This is my target. You ask how, and then in response to those questions, you will see your resources that you will need, and then you will see your activities, and then with which resources you can implement those activities. You will be able to see this as well. So there's a checklist here. And when we create the equality action plan, and before we continue with the implementation, what we should be careful about. So is your team, and does your team have a gender balance profile? Is it only men? Is it only women within the team? So one of the rates that is used is minimum 30%. This is critical threshold. On both sides, at least 3% representation should be ensured. So is it the case? Do you have an expertise or experts? Your stakeholders may bring expertise for you. And on the field during the implementation, is there an expertise that may assist you? And what's more, during the implementation, okay, you did your analysis, you identified your targets, and in your action plan, you brought it together in order to attain the target. But one team did this and another team will implement this. So implementing this in a holistic manner is impossible. There should be a common understanding or common information for the whole team. And also gender equality, empowerment of women training school could also be provided for them. And allocation of budget is also very important. Budget allocation for equality actions is important. And there must be indicators in order for us to see our impact. And we need to have interim assessment because no matter how much expertise you bring in, no matter how the best partners, stakeholders you find, it's an innovative field, new field. So our activities may not get the reaction that we are foreseeing. In order to have an immediate intervention, having interim evaluation is important. And also in the communication plan, there should be gender equality related activities. First, we will learn about the things that we do, and then the people who would follow after us will get this know-how. So regarding the equality and empowerment indicators, I will have a couple of words because a lot of institutions, including us, is misunderstanding this topic greatly. So in the activities, participation indicators are not sufficient on its own. For instance, communication activities will reach out to women at the level of 30%. For instance, we have such targets sometimes, but if you are not acting within theory of change, so what does it mean? So when we look at the message that we are delivering or in terms of the empowerment of women, so this target and the corresponding indicator, how is it going to help me? So when I have 30% of women in my trainings, what is the contribution I provide to this target? I will not be able to say this. And then another one, and we already talked about the importance of theory of change. Another one, so you don't have to list the beneficiary women or the participating women. Sometimes you call it institutional change. For instance, I have a policy and I can do it more women friendly, for instance. I have noticed this, I have taken this measure. This is also a change. You can also set this as an indicator, or creating a policy change by the institutions, or knowledge tools, policy tools to be developed, like research, guidelines. So how did I do this? How can you repeat this? This is also another achievement. And these could be worked with the indicators so that they are more visible. So how are we going to have the implementation? So working with the expert is very important. It goes back to the beginning, to the stakeholder analysis. We will never lose their hands. If we cannot do anything, there could at least be a consultation board. We can occasionally come together and establishing feedback mechanisms for the target group. So the field does not always give the reaction that you are expecting. In order to catch it in a timely manner, there should be interim targets, interim evaluations. At the evaluation stage, the one thing that I would like to highlight here, this is my last slide, is so the policy papers, theoretical discussions. So this climate action and climate change topic, its relation to gender equality and empowerment of women, there's already this link. However, the field is not very knowledgeable on this, so we do not have enough information produced to this end. Therefore, when you implement an activity on the field, so what is the picture that you have seen? What went good? What went bad? So what would you suggest? Which method is precious? So what did you learn? You should share it with the others. At the evaluation stage, especially, you should also focus on this. I'd like to thank you. If you have any questions, you can always ask. So now we have listened to our last presentation. We would like to thank you for your interest. So we are receiving questions about if the training materials would be shared with the participants. On the project website, yereliklim.org, you can choose Hibe programı tab, which is grant program. So both the abbreviated version of the manual could be found. And in the meeting, we have distributed the digital brochure for you. You can see its digital version here as well. And also on the second link as well, you can visit the address. Presentations, all the presentations of today actually could be accessible on this link as well. And also the video records of the meetings from the beginning till the end with the same content. So the record of our Istanbul meeting could be found in the last link as well. So now we will continue with the Q&A session, which is the last session. I'd like to give the floor to Barış Uysal once again. Okay, this will be the last session. We will answer the questions and we will finish our session. So let me read the questions quickly. Can we have procurement under the participating agencies? No, first of all, in the application form, you should not indicate the procurements because these procurements will take place according to certain conditions. Maybe you will have to have a tender for the procurement. So in advance, if you indicate under this institution, I will have this procurement is not proper. And also, it's also conflict of interest. If you have the procurement under the participating agency, if there are such possibilities, you should not indicate those institutions as participating agencies if there are any potential suppliers. Is expropriation cost included in the grant? No, it's not an eligible cost. If there's a tax debt for the municipality, isn't an obstacle for applications? No, we mentioned in the morning, it's not an obstacle. It's totally an obligation that we need to follow according to local legislation. So there is no condition that we have stipulated here. So it's not an obstacle for application. So as the co-applicant in the project, can we have a foundation from one of European countries? Yes, the foundations could be included as co-applicants in the projects. It could be a local or foreign foundation, it doesn't matter. So when the budgeting is made, is there any limit between the items? For instance, HR, maximum 20%. No, for no budget item, we have such a limit. So it totally depends on the project activities. In line with your project activities, you can do the budgeting however you wish. You say vehicle procurement cannot be funded. Is it including electric vehicles? Actually, at the evaluation stage, it may be decided by the evaluation committee. So with the justification, I mean, if you can provide the justification in the project, you can include such a budget item, and during the evaluation, the committee will take a decision accordingly. So the lecturers who will carry out studies under the project or researchers, is the pay for them calculated according to the gross number of lectures according to the payroll? It's about the legislation of the university. I mean, how the payment will be made will be according to the legislation of the university. But just as a reminder, civil servants subject to 657 can never receive payments. So only their existing salaries could be considered as co-financing through assignment. So 10% of the project budget, could it be covered by the co-applicant? Yes, it could, and there's no limitation about this. So both the main applicant, co-applicant, or any institution could cover this as a donation. What's important is that the co-financing could be included in the project budget. And also, the affiliated institutions of the municipalities, would they be considered as participating agencies? Yes, if they have a consolidated budget together with the applicant, I mean the municipality, they would also be considered as affiliated institutions, and this is how they could be included in the project. So can we use two different location data to write the project? I couldn't quite understand this, but can we have a project comprising two different activities? This is how I understand. You are totally free about this. It's a collective activity. Therefore, so try to include such activities as well. So yes, I want to implement a lot of activities so that I can compete better in the with the other projects. If you think this way, it may not work. So you should be careful about this. If there's a budget amendment in the full application stage, then the co-financing amount will also change. Can we change the budget without changing the co-financing amount? Yes. So what's important here is, I mean, when you change the budget, the co-financing amount should be between 50 to 90%. And apart from that, there is no need for you to make a change. So the requested amount, I am reminding you of here, plus or minus maximum 20% of change could be made regarding this. Could NGOs be lead applicants? NGOs can only be co-applicants. So regarding the establishment, there is such a limitation. Before the publication of the call, they must be established. It's enough. But you will remember that in the first section of the evaluation form, there is the financial and operational capacity, and there's the experience and reference part, which is evaluated for the co-applicants, you would remember. So a new NGO, which is applying newly, can have co-applicant status. They should definitely have an experienced lead applicant so that they do not have a low score from that part, so that they do not have the risk of being eliminated. So public servants, when we consider that they cannot receive staff costs, then are we going to write staff costs as 0? No, they cannot receive payments under the project, but we say that it could be categorized as co-financing. So if they have any staff member that could be considered as co-financing, again, in the budget under human resources, they will have to indicate this. Provincial directors of national education, can they make an application, or can schools also make an application? So schools have to apply through provincial directors of national education. They cannot apply on their own. If the lead applicant is an organization from EU countries, so how the implementation of the main activities should be? So if outside of Turkey, if there is a European country, and if the main activities will be there, I mean, where the main activities could be. So main activities should always be in Turkey. Even when the main applicant, lead applicant is abroad, the main activities should be carried out in Turkey. There should definitely be a co-applicant from Turkey as well. When the municipality is the applicant and when the co-applicant is the municipality, etc., can we have those multiple agencies, different agencies? Yes, all of those institutions are eligible applicants, so there could be a joint project like this. So is there any limit about the number of projects to be invited after the concept note stage? Yes, 2 times higher than the total budget project, and also minimum 30-point project out of a total of 50 points would be invited for the full application stage. So can we have shifts or transfers between the budget items? It's again regarding implementation actually, not the preparation. But yes, you will have this right. You will justify it and you will get permission from the contracting authority. And this is how, of course, following certain rules, you can have some transfers between certain budget items during the implementation. So you said vehicle procurement is not eligible, but the system being mobile is the main goal here. Therefore, when we have a strong justification for vehicle procurement, can we get this accepted? I'm talking about trucks, for instance. No, it will not be considered eligible. Can we have a fertilizer or manure facility with animal waste? I mentioned that in the morning as well. So after this point, we cannot give you directions about specific project activities. So when you're asking your questions in writing to the email address as well, you should refrain from asking these questions. Maybe I can repeat. There's 2.1.4 section of the application manual. So under the eligible activities section, you can find the relevant information, and different detailed activities are already listed there. So it's also different categories. I mean, different category for adaptation and also mitigation. So Metropolitan Municipality and Sewage Administration, the General Directorate, could they be the lead applicant and co-applicants in the same project? Yes. Water and Sewage General Directorate is a separate legal entity. Therefore, with the metropolitan municipality, yes, they can make an application. They can also apply separately. Yes. Do we have to have our partners within the same city? No, the applicants don't have to be within the same city. So maybe if they can support the activities in another city, if you have this justification, then from different cities, different institutions could also partner. So the whole co-financing, could it be provided by the co-applicant? As I mentioned before, it's important that it's covered. So who covers it is not important. And when the district municipality is the lead applicant at the level of provincial organization, the district governorate, provincial directors of culture and national education, so can we have such co-applicants? We have got out of the local elections. There may be some delays and interruptions at the municipalities because of that. So if this is the case, maybe additional duration, could it be given for the full application or concept notes? Actually, these are all within the status of local governments. I mean, the institutions that are listed here. Therefore, they could be lead applicants, co-applicants. They can also work jointly or they can also apply separately. So regarding this concept date, concept note date, there's no extension that we foresee. But on the webpage that I have shown you in the morning, in the explanations or announcements part, you can follow this up. It's not envisaged for now, but if it will happen, then it will be announced. So a full application as well. It's too early to talk about this for full application. In such projects, I heard that support could be given for project writing. So how can we apply for such supports for writing projects, etc.? We cannot refer you regarding this, but my recommendation could be, so those people within the institution who know about the needs of the institution and the region, because you know it in the best way, you are the best persons to write the projects. And the guidance in the application form is also very apparent and it's guiding you very well as well. So I definitely do not recommend that you receive this support, because if you get this support, then this copy paste and non-authentic proposals may be received. Therefore, the best way to do it is to prepare your own proposal. This is my recommendation. So how can we contact those who are in search of stakeholders? So we also cannot refer you to one another. But actually, I did this in the morning. I told this in the morning. This is a very suitable platform. You can also do this here in this platform. Can we use AI in the concept note preparation? Thank you for being so honest and clear in your question. So it's a nice question, actually. By the way, the evaluation committees also check this. So is it prepared with AI or not? So we can merge it with the previous answer. So the proposals that you will create with the AI will never be authentic. So a copy-paste like proposals may be received and it may cause elimination of your project. So all the project partners and the stakeholders are Turkish and we're in search of a solution for a regional problem. I think the external evaluators will also be from Turkey. Why the language of application is in English? So then we will have to employ an interpreter just for this purpose. So an expenditure in this respect, would it be eligible under the project? No. We mentioned in the beginning, in the morning, the project preparation costs will not be eligible. The costs should incur within the project duration. This is an EU project. There are also offers from abroad, therefore it must be in English. Under the project, the vehicle procurement is not eligible, as you told, but vehicle rent and outsourcing services, are they eligible? That when you establish the link with the activities, the vehicle rents would be included in your project budget.
About the regional issues about climate change in our project, we have a documentary work package. In order to reach more people, we want to broadcast in different languages. Can this be a plus, or is it sufficient to have it in Turkish? It is totally your decision, and it depends on the target group. So it wouldn't be right to make a comment about this. It's your call. In expenditure justifications, are we going to present pro forma invoice as signed and cached, or internet research sufficient? Neither in expenditures nor in establishing the budget, we don't want pro forma invoice. Only in the justification, we want a sentence in which you mention how did you identify the price. Because of foreign exchange currency conversion, the budget may be insufficient. Can we request more budgets? No. The budget cannot be changed. The budget in the annex of your contract cannot be changed, but as I told you before, you can make some transfers between budget items. If you spend less in one budget item, you can transfer money to another budget item with justifications. Other than that, you cannot increase the budget. If one of the partners of the project is an NGO, the budget that NGO will spend, will they abide by the Prague rules or main expenditure legislation? Associations, if they are co-applicants, they can have procurement within the framework of Prague rules. If the main applicant is a public institution, according to their own legislation, according to public procurement law, they have to make the procurement according to public procurement law, but the associations and foundations can have procurement as per Prague rules. Is provincial district directorates co-applicants? Yes, district directorates can be main applicant and co-applicant. Travel and accommodation expenses. What is the percentage of the total eligible cost? Is there a cap? Will the partners spend together, or will they have a separate budget? Yes, travel and accommodation expenses are eligible costs. And what is the percentage of it in eligible costs? There is no such limitation for any budget item. You can just spend as much money as you want in line with your activities. You can adjust your budget. As for partners sharing the budget, this is totally about the decision that the partners will take together. It depends on the activities that they will implement. They can just share it however they want. Maybe as the main applicant, you may say that 90% of the activities will be carried out by the co-applicant, so they will spend 90% of the budget. You can say that. So it depends on the activities and the decision among the partners. Mr. Barish, can I say something with regard to your explanation a while ago? NGOs can have tenders as per Prague rules. We cannot correct it. Let me correct it once again. NGOs don't have to have tenders according to Prague rules. They don't have to. But we help them with the guidelines, which is similar to Prague rules. We send them that tender procedure. But if they don't have any tender abiding by, they don't have to do it with Prague. In order for an institution to be able to have tender as per Prague rules, they have to be accredited, so it is not possible. So it's important to clarify this. Chamber of Agriculture or Commerce or Industry, which are public institutions, are they eligible co-applicants? It is not defined in the application guideline, but there were questions about this, as I told you in the morning. There will be a corrigendum that will be published in the application form, and then they will, after the publication, you should follow it. You should follow these publications. You should follow it on the MIS page that I've shown you in the morning. Will the checklist be signed by the institution authority? No, there is no need, no. Can we reach the presentations later on so that we can read them again, as Mrs. Ceren showed you a while ago? At yereliklim.org page and on the MIS page of the ministry that we have shown you in the morning, you can reach the presentations. In the rural areas, there are research institute directorates attached to the Ministry of Agriculture. We have some hesitations about application. We would like to be informed again. Research institute directorates, if they have a separate legal entity, they can be an applicant, they can apply. Will there be a justification of the scoring we get, or will we just say rejected or approved? Regarding this, contracting authority will notify you about the scoring and the justification. They will give you an official reply. When you say expected outcomes, do you mean outputs? These terms are confusing in Turkish, outcome, output. Sometimes they are used interchangeably. Outputs are physical, and outcomes is a result. In different programs, there are some different translations of these two words. In the application form, they are defined clearly. Outcomes and outputs are defined. On the log frame table, and when you are explaining your activities, you will have to define them separately. The results of your activities will be outcomes. If there is a concrete output, then you will define them as output. The EU contribution rates, how should we decide as to what percentage it should be? It's totally your call. What we can tell you is minimum 50% of your budget, maximum 90% of your budget. You can request it, but you will decide the exact percentage with your partners. You said we cannot procure vehicles. I think we answered this before. Lorries or carousel vehicles are not eligible, no. Our university is carrying out climate change adaptation project. We have acquired some data in our project based on agricultural data. The other data work is continuing. How are we going to mention these data? Do you want the outcome of all the data, or based on the findings we have at hand, can we apply to the project? So, you have an ongoing project, so you want to devise a new project with the outcomes of the ongoing project. It is possible. And during the application phase, this can even be considered positively, because you will carry out activities as a continuation of a previous project, or based on the data of the previous project, you will develop a new idea. So you can present this as a proposal. It is possible. If we benefit from TÜBİTAK support, can we benefit from the project? If for the same activities you are getting funds from another resource, for the same activity you cannot apply for the same project, for the same activity, to our call. Evaluation of the project applications, will only the Climate Change Directorate do it? Yes, of course, they will be experts of Climate Change Directorate, but maybe at this phase we don't know it clearly, right? In the program, in the budget of works and supply, is there a limitation? Can most of the budget be spent in works? As I've told you before, there is no limitation in the budget items. We don't have any limitation for any budget item, but if you spend most of the budget for works, then you will have a limited budget for the other activities. During evaluation, this can constitute a negative situation. For example, I made a renovation, I spent 80 or 90%, so for 10% I have a training. During evaluation, most probably this project will be eliminated. So, you should see works, construction, as small renovations. Do not spend all the money for works. Among the co-applicants, is financial distribution important? For example, local administrations get a lot of financial resource. Let's say the co-applicant, university, is contributing to the project in terms of labor, and they have a lower financial share. Is it okay? It's okay. It depends on the sharing of the activities. So, which activity are you going to implement? What kind of human resources will you provide? Accordingly, you can get the contribution in accordance with your activities, but there is no exact percentage or rates for that. During concept note phase, is it okay to write the name of the project coordinator or not? We don't request that. During the concept note, you don't need to mention the names of the people to work in the project. It is much better not to write, because some time will pass. Maybe that staff will not be working there, so you don't need to mention names during the proposal. In the project, a participatory agency staff, can they work in another project and can they get a salary from another project? The staff of the participating agency, if he is appointed in line with the legislation or charter of that institution, he can be appointed to another job and he can get a salary from the project. In line with our legislation, the duties, responsibilities of the institutions, can the project be devised according to the duties and responsibilities of the institution? This is not something that we can comment on. You should check 214 in terms of eligibility of activities. In this project, the administrations cannot apply alone. They have to act. Do they have to act together with a co-applicant, a partner? Yes. Not only in terms of administrations, all the institutions have to apply with a co-applicant. You said 50 to 90% grant, and the remaining is loan. No, it is not loan. It is co-financing. So we will pay it back. No, you will not pay it back. So it is the applying institutions are expected to contribute to the project. So 2 co-applicants, is there a limitation to the grant distribution rates? No. It depends on the activities that they are responsible for. They can just share the budget in proportion with that. The loan, again, there is a question of loan, but there is no such thing. There is no loan to be repaid, to be paid back. We will enter the budget items and budget amounts as exempt from VAT. Yes, you will be benefiting from VAT, so you must write the values as exempt from VAT. It will not be eligible if you include the VATs. Are there thresholds, minimum, maximum limits of budget items? No, there are no such limits. I think there are some new questions, fresh questions. Turkey Environment Agency, within the framework of this grant, Can it be a lead applicant or co-applicant? No, it is not in the status of a local administration. Maybe, can they be a co-applicant? Okay, Mr. Yunus answered, no, they cannot be applicants. They are not eligible applicants, no. We answered this one. Coordinator, technical staff, and per diem allowances. Is there a cap for this, or do you recommend an interval? Identifying the salary of your staff is your initiative, it's your call. Of course, you should pay the salaries in market conditions. If you are paying an extra money to a technical expert in your project, you must justify it. Why are you paying more than the market levels? You must provide justification about that. I have given you information about per diem allowance. First of all, you have to abide by the legislation, the charter of your own institution. Moreover, also, if you want to benefit from the per diem allowances of the European Union has identified these thresholds, and I have given you the website where you can find these per diem allowance limits for countries of EU. The Foreign Economic Relations Board, it can be a co-applicant, but can we be a co-applicant? It cannot be considered an NGO, as far as I can understand. It is not a local administration, local institution, so no, it cannot be an applicant. In the project budget, the teaching staff mentioned as coordinators. Can these budget items be met from the project budget, and can we pay the coordinator like that? If it is in line with your charter, with this payment method, it can be done. For the other areas of expertise, can we outsource some things from university staff? Yes, it is possible. It depends on the permission and appointment of the university staff. If they have this permission, if they can provide a document about this outsourcing, yes, you can get this consultancy services. The budget expenditures allocated for co-applicants, is it under the responsibility of the main applicant? Yes. The interlocutor of the contracting authority is the main applicant. All the documents of the expenditures of the co-applicant will be accumulated at the lead applicant, and the reporting will be done by the lead applicant as well. The interlocutor is the main lead applicant. The contribution, what is the contribution and the gain of the participatory agency from the project? Because participatory agencies will be like volunteers, they will be supporting, but they will not be benefiting from the fund. How can they benefit from the project? So they can have some benefits from the outputs in the long term, or they can be involved in this project and they can use this as a reference, so they can have these benefits so that they can involve in the project as participating agencies. Can the co-applicant meet 10% of the project? Yes. Water and sewerage administrations, can they apply as main applicants, lead applicants? Yes, they can. The people working as public servants in public institutions, will we mention their gross salary or net salary? No. Always you must write the gross salaries. Again, for the co-financing, we will include the gross salaries. We cannot hear the question. We made an evaluation with Mr. Yunus. Yes, water and sewage administrations, they are eligible. But you must follow it from the corrigendum. They are not defined clearly. It will be published. You should also follow it there. Let me elaborate. Water and sewage administrations are the ones under metropolitan municipalities. That's what we mean. The water and sewage administrations of other municipalities are not covered because they don't have a legal entity. So it's important that they have a legal entity. So municipality can apply separately. Yes, metropolitan municipality water and sewage administrations can apply independently from the metropolitan municipality. Yes, you mean the metropolitan municipalities, yes. So the questions are finished. Is there anybody whose question is not answered if there is no other question? The contracting authority wants to remind you a few points. I will repeat them and complete our information day. Although we said 3 or 4 times, we should remind something again. Don't wait for the last day to submit your proposal. If you're going to submit it physically, it is not possible to get more than 1,000 proposals on that day. So there can be some obstacles, there can be some problems when you're going to give it physically. Don't leave it to the last day. If you sent it with cargo, follow the cargo, make sure that it reaches the relevant authority. 1 original, 2 copies must be sent. The original one will be red, the other folders will be blue. During evaluation, this will make things easier for the evaluators. We don't want you to put them in transparent folders. They should be colored. Mr. Yunus, I couldn't read the last one. Do you remember? In the application forms, if you remember, there are instructions about fonts, A4 size, number of pages. You should also abide by all those format-related rules. Thank you very much for listening to me. That's all I have to say. I hope it will be useful. I hope we will receive good proposals. And I hope we will have many proposals to be funded from Antalya. I hope we will exceed 1 this time. I hope we will receive 2 or 3 proposals in the grant scheme from Antalya. I wish all of you success and thank you very much.